Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters and friends. Welcome to another edition of DawahWise. Today's stream is going to be very interesting. It's sort of, I think, very topical, but also one that is perennial. It is the ultimate question. Can Islam coexist within a secular liberal framework? And I have with me my two co-presenters today and colleagues. Brother Ijaz, assalamu alaikum. Brother Ijaz, the Trini.
Alaikum assalam. Pleasure to be here with both of you guys. Alhamdulillah.
Great to have you. How have you been since we last spoke, which was, I think, about sort of 5 or 6 weeks ago, I think now, since the last program.
Really? SubhanAllah. Yeah, Christmas, Christmas.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, on
Alhamdulillah.
Christianity.
I guess better, I suppose, but the more I get to see you guys, the happier I am either way. So.
Alhamdulillah. It's a pleasure always to have you on. And Brother Sharif, assalamu alaikum. Welcome back again. You were on last week.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair for inviting me back again.
No, we always benefit from your wisdom.
My welcome.
No, you haven't. You always benefit from your wisdom and benefit from your insights. So let's sort of dive into. So let me sort of lay out the framework of the discussion today, because secular liberalism as a worldview really sort of is essentially the oxygen that we breathe. You know, we wake up, we live within this framework that says secular liberalism is the way that you should view the world. However, it is a worldview. It's not the default worldview, and it certainly isn't the worldview that is the natural worldview. Let me put it that way. And so let me ask the first question, which is the main argument that is pushed forward is, why can Islam and secular liberalism not work together, not live together? We seem to share so many common elements, but I think it misses the deeper question of exactly what exactly the Enlightenment liberalism world order was all about, why it came about. And then I think we need to draw a very clear distinction between that and political liberalism. So I think when we talk about liberalism as in the Liberal Party versus the right party, Conservative Party, there is a liberal there. What does that mean? And then why is it that the assumptions, because this is the driving force, is there's a fundamental difference in the way Islam views the nature of reality itself and the way Enlightenment liberalism views the nature of reality. So let me sort of use that as the sort of opening statement. Who'd like to sort of open up with some comments on that statement?
I volunteer, Brother Sharif.
Go. Oh, okay. Oh, that was very, very slickly done. Oh my goodness, subhanallah.
When Ijaz spoke, then I thought, okay, alhamdulillah, he's going to start off.
That's what I thought as well.
But yeah, he's volunteered me. So obviously, this is a massive topic because it goes into history, it goes into obviously politics, it goes into, like you said, philosophy and metaphysics as well to a certain extent. So it's a huge topic, and I think what it is that we need to be sort of delineate what is liberalism, how it developed, and then we can have a better appreciation in regards to whether it's compatible with Islam, does Islam have its own unique views, etc. So I think one thing that needs to be noted, and I think you mentioned it, Mohammad, already, which is that sometimes liberals themselves, they tend to present liberalism as not a worldview or ideology, but as a natural state of human beings. That human beings, this is how they normally operate. You know, if you allow human beings to be, do what they want, they will be liberal. Or if you give a maximally beneficial society, it'll be a liberal society, because that's what human beings want. And so when they look at things like Qatar and the World Cup that was hosted there, or when they look at Muslims and their views about LGBTQI, when they look at Muslims and Islam in regards to other areas as well, you find that for them, they're blinkered. They don't realize they have a belief system, and that belief system is shaping how they view things like rights, responsibilities, morality, and the grander scheme of things like meaning and purpose. So that's really important to note, that they do have a belief system. How this belief system came about was it evolved over many centuries and decades. Yeah. So it wasn't like one particular point, say, okay, that's liberalism. because and again, the best way to understand liberalism is in the context of Europe when it was sort of shackled under the Christian theology, where Christianity and the dominance of kings and queens and monarchs was prevalent within society. And so what you find within Europe, there was this almost reaction, certainly by the political thinkers, to sort of move away from a religious-based society to something which is, secular in worldly sense. Yeah. And so they had to shift certain ideas and concepts. One of those ideas and concepts that they had to shift was, what is the good life? Because obviously Christianity, or from a religious background, it presented the good life as a spiritual life, as somebody who devotes himself to, his belief, his religion, his spirituality, and things like worldly affairs like work or society, etc., that this is somehow a necessary evil, that something to be in origin shunned, etc. So they had to shift the discussion and say, actually, what is the good life? What is it that human beings really aspire to? And so they started to say, well, actually, it's self-acquisition, it's material benefit. Yeah, this is what drives individuals. And also creates a productive society. So there was there's a famous, I think he was a Dutch political philosopher, his name was Bernard de Mandeville, and he wrote something called The Fable of the Bees, where he talked about how there was this beehive. One was a spiritually based inclined beehive, and they didn't bother to collect honey and do all the things that worker bees and the beehive need to survive, and so the beehive destroyed itself, or it failed. Whereas another bee, where every single bee was trying to do everything for their own personal benefit, then all created this cooperation. And then from this cooperation, because they said, well, in order for me to benefit, it's better to cooperate with other people. And so what they created is a thriving beehive. So he gave this as an analogy and an example to say, actually, human beings, like a beehive, require or are individualistically motivated to acquire personal benefit. And when you have a society that's built on this, then you create this type of organization which creates productivity and benefit. So they had to shift, because obviously, like I said, this was perceived as something evil in the past, acquiring personal benefit, greed, etc.
Let me sort of come into this. So, Brother Ijaz, do you want to add anything to what Brother Sharif just said there?
Perhaps not. I think I'm satisfied with that. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, so let me sort of come in with a comment there, because I think it's worth sort of also going back a little bit to say that the church, which was against what this reaction was against, why was it seen as the church wasn't beneficial? What was the point? Because the analogy that you gave of the beehives was basically one of the beehives that was focused on spirituality was clearly not working. And this was in essence I've got an echo here, guys. Okay. This was in essence an allusion to the Catholic Church, essentially saying, look, if you focus on that, then you're going to fail. And so their counter narrative was to say, you need to create this environment where each individual takes unto themselves responsibility for themselves. Why was that necessary? I mean, the analogy aside, why was that particular thought process seen as the way to think?
You're muted. You're still muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So I think what it is that we have to understand, isn't it, that the church and Christianity pre-Enlightenment was seen as the basis for all the political institutions, including the economic institutions. So, for example, you had this idea of the divine right of kings, that this idea that the church, previously it was the Pope, he was able to, to justify or to establish a particular head of state of a particular country, and he could be excommunicated and removed and somebody replaced. And this is what happened like in the 11th century in the UK, in England, at the time. So the church was the basis and justification of all political institutions within the society, within the state. So now they were controlling the politics. So, for instance, they gave the right of the king. The king was absolute sovereign. He was able to speak on behalf of God. He was able to issue laws. The king was then able to control all of the land and all of the wealth, and then he would gift it and grant it to certain landlords. And so they created this aristocracy. This this elite people who were in charge, and so they were benefiting themselves, and obviously people within society weren't benefiting, and there were problems within that society. Their politics was being controlled, their economics was being controlled, they, you know, even aspects of science was being controlled if it contradicted theology. So there's a lot of things, a lot of issues regards to this. And so when people reacted against this, and certain political thinkers, they were saying, okay, we need to remove this. They saw it as an oppression. We need to move away from it.
But I mean, in that,
one final
sorry.
Point. Just one final point. So when people argued against the church, they had to argue for a reason for what constitutes politics, what constitutes institutions, what constitutes power. They had to argue for it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. All I was going to say there is, in that age, pre-Enlightenment, religion and politics were one and the same institution.
That's right.
I mean, across all empires. So actually, that was the normal view. If left alone, that was in essence where things had progressed to. So the question really becomes: this was a particularly Western Enlightenment reaction against religion, because they viewed religion as somehow toxic in some fashion. And look, I'm not being pejorative or anything. I'm just saying that this is how it was viewed, because that's what the Enlightenment philosophy. But then, so who would have been one of the earliest thinkers that really pursued this, and that we could sort of point to as, well, I know John Locke is sort of seen as the father of liberalism, because he's like sort of the underpinning. But with John Locke, what were some of the influences that he took from in order to arrive at his thinking? Because it goes deeper than this. It goes back to Greco-Roman philosophy, right? It goes even deeper.
Yeah. There is like this. See, the problem with Christianity is this. The problem is that it doesn't actually lay down an economic, political, or social system. You know, for example, just as a brief example, you get some Christians who criticize like the age of consent within Islam. Yeah. And so when you ask them, well, what is the age of consent? And then they start talking about 16, 18, 21, which are liberal set of values. Yeah. They're not from Christian basis. So if you've got a religious society that's built upon Christianity, where are they going to take their laws? Where are they going to take how to implement the system? So they didn't have any system like for example, we have the Sharia, we have the guidance of the Prophet ﷺ. We have, if you go to Imam Bukhari's collection of hadith, you'll have a section called 𝗬𝗪𝗁, the book of rulings. Same thing in Sahih Muslim as well. Same thing in another books. So we have that. We have books of fiqh which talks about, not just ruling, but also transactions, social transactions, marriage, divorce, etc., custody, inheritance. None of that existed. So what you have basically is you're deferring the responsibility to make the decisions to an individual monarch, and so it's natural that he's going to make laws that's going to benefit him. Yeah. Right. So there was an inability of having that checks and balances. So just to go briefly on the specific question. So John Locke is coming from that environment. Yeah, he's seeing that. And then you've got other thinkers like Thomas Hobbes, and then later on Jean-Jacques Rousseau, from the French Enlightenment. And then from that, you've got people like Adam Smith. So you have these types of people. Yes. And I think this is probably the key point of your question is, within Christianity, there was this always tension between sort of the Greco-Roman rationalism that it was born out of, and also the religious scriptural text, the Judeo text, Christian text. And so, you've got these people who are learning what they call the classics, Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, and other moral and political philosophers. And so then you've got also this religious text. So this natural tension that was always existent, from about the 2nd and 3rd century of Christianity.
Exactly. Brother Ijaz, feel free to come in. And Brother Hashim, are you there? Assalamu alaikum. He just went blank there temporarily.
There he is.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. Thank you for joining. How are you today?
Sorry, I didn't get time to test my audio today. Hope it's all right.
It's perfect
okay
now,
now.
actually. Perfect now. Alhamdulillah.
Nice to see you all. Ijaz, Brother Sharif, mashallah, and Brother Muhammad. Alhamdulillah. Nice to see you all.
Alhamdulillah, very good, yes.
Good to have another stream today. Alhamdulillah.
So Brother Mansur won't be. So just the audience, Brother Mansur won't be joining us today. He's busy with a few other things. So you've got myself and Brother Hashim, and obviously the lovely brothers Sharif and Ijaz. So Brother Ijaz, let me come over to you. So some of the thinking that's missing in Christianity, that's sort of obviously clearly available in Islam because of Sharia and what we would call Islamic law, which is often, sort of touted. What are some of the comments you can make about this in terms of how we view this, how we should view it, and what and to just contextualize it, in terms of sort of meaning, I guess, at the end of the day.
So I guess, I need to start off with saying that Greco-Roman philosophy is inherently religious, right? The way that they governed themselves politically entailed religious ideals and beliefs. They weren't separate. A lot of people tend to think of the ancient Romans as secular, right? And the Greeks as well, but they weren't always secular. Perhaps over time that came to be the trend, but their beliefs were inherently religious. I mean, they didn't have temples for fun. They didn't make Romulus, the founder of Rome, into a god because, they woke up one day and they wanted to have parties because of it. They had traditions and ideas born out of these things previously. So their political systems were inherently religious. There was not this big divide. Christianity comes along, and it itself taught that, yes, the right of kings and rulers, they were appointed by God. I think Paul mentions this specifically in his letter to the Romans. And there's reasons for this, perhaps not wanting to stir up any issues with the political order of the day within your religious faith, right? There were some things that we can discuss there. But yes, I largely agree with what Brother Sharif mentioned, right? This all goes back in some way to the way that you view history and your study of it. A lot of people, and just to be clear, they hear the word liberal and they think of the modern liberal, right? And what is the modern liberal meant to be? What we speak of here is a type of philosophy. If you go back, liberalism was meant to be freedom of thought, freedom of action, freedom of the mind, and you emancipated yourself from the shackles of the world by being able to navigate different philosophies and ideas. That was the inherent purpose behind it. And a person, if they mastered the tools of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, then they would have the ability to navigate these tools. And out of mastering these tools and arts, you would have the ability to develop new ideas and new systems. And you wouldn't be shackled down to religious ideas that kept you in the past. But us as Muslims, we didn't really have this as a problem. We didn't see it as haram to think scientifically, if that's even a thing. Muslims and scientists were generally one and the same. We don't see logic in and of itself as something impermissible. We look back and we see that even the Quran mentions the law of non-contradiction, or at the least uses it in some way. So we did not have the divide that later Christianity sought to develop. Even the Jews themselves didn't have a difference between living a regular life and living a religious life. This disparity or this difference is something which develops later out of necessity. At some point, people burn out if you're really super strict and conservative with them. And I think the oppression that Christianity brought with it unnecessarily to the Europeans forced them to cast it away. I mean, think about it. You have even religious Christians today who speak about Enlightenment Christianity. Why not just Christianity? The reason you have to add enlightenment to that is because you were in the darkness because of a particular brand of Christianity. And for our American friends, just keep in mind, the Puritans which fled England came to America to establish a theocratic state. They were happy with their state of affairs. They wanted to leave England that was becoming too liberal. So when I see people going to Speaker's Corner wanting to restore good old England, which England exactly are they trying to restore?
This brings up an interesting question, because you mentioned the modern day liberal. So the modern day liberal essentially equates liberalism with atheism, right? And it's sort of, if you're atheistic, by definition you have a liberal mindset, and by definition you get to decide individually, atomistically, your essentially your world around you. But I want to go back to Brother Sharif here, because John Locke, who was the father of sort of liberalism amongst all, and then he influenced these later thinkers as well, he was actually a Christian, right? He was a Church of England I think Unitarian Christian or some sort of, he wasn't he was a non-Trinitarian from what I believe, but from what I remember, but he was a Christian. And so he laid down some of these phrases that we see coming up in the American Constitution, for example, where, you know, the natural rights of man, etc., etc. You know, but the natural, by natural rights, what he meant was these are the rights imbued upon human beings by God, which later thinkers removed. So
yeah,
let's sort of explore that. So that sort of trajectory there, and what happened.
See, John Locke, interestingly, he argued that Christianity doesn't deal with the secular. Secular means the world. Yeah, it doesn't deal with the world. Yeah. Its role and remit is to deal with the spiritual aspect. So therefore, for him, and this is where the term secularism comes from, it was basically saying, okay, you have a religious identity, but that religious identity only affects part of your life. And then you have a non-religious or secular identity, which exists within the political life. And that obviously got developed by other thinkers. And so, yeah, so there were definitely influences within Christianity. I think a lot of the thinkers understood and recognized that they had to ground certain things like, what does it mean to have a right? Yeah. What does it mean for a human being to have innate value? You know, who gives that innate value? Yeah. If we're just matter and just, you know, matter in motion and we're accidents of nature, then what gives that value? Yeah. So there was these types of discussions. And so the original thinkers would ground it in like the belief in a creator, belief in God, but they were deistic in essence. So many of the founding fathers of America were deists. Yeah. They believe God exists, but he doesn't send down revelation to guide human beings. Yeah.
But they
certainly in their worldly life.
They did believe in this idea of what I would call divinely ordained moral order.
Yeah, so
they would appeal to the divine as grounding it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so they were saying, well, we're just imbued with that by God, so therefore we have the ability to make our own rationalization, you know, through what's imbued by God, and then we can make our own choices. But what you're now seeing is a shift. You're seeing a shift away from religion has been the basis of law. The idea that being spiritual is the goal of every human being, but rather it's about material. The idea that rather than sovereignty in the hands of God, meaning God controls your life. Yeah, so that's what sovereignty means. And so the sovereign, he's a representative of God. Yeah, in the sense of the kings and the monarchs. So you're moving away from sovereignty with God to sovereignty of the individual. The individual now has the right and the responsibility. And then obviously later thinkers were, you know, probably more atheistic in their views. Yeah, like for example Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who said, well, there are arguments for God and there are arguments against God. We don't know, it's just a personal belief. And then he put that to the side, and then he starts arguing for the idea of the natural rights of human beings. Yeah, so yeah, so that's the shift that's taking place, and that key aspect is the idea of sovereignty. Whom do you follow? Who makes the laws? Basically,
that's a very good point. So let me actually open out to the entire forum here. So, and this is an ontological question actually. So I'm going to open it with: does secular liberalism have an ontology, or is it concerned with an ontology? And the reason I ask this is, in Islam, of course, the grounding, the foundation, is the belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the creator, sustainer, and we believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the ultimate reality, and therefore the guidance that he's provided us is the way to achieve human flourishing, the good life, and so on and so forth. Now, the contrast as I see it is, first of all, is there such a thing as a natural grounded framework for secular liberalism? Is it of any concern? Is it interested? Does it have one? And if it doesn't, what are its main concerns? What is it primarily focused on?
Yeah, so it's a tough question actually to ask whether, you know, liberalism has a key belief about, you know, the world, because in essence, secularism, yeah, which is a broader term, believes that, well, you can believe that God exists, you can believe in certain, you know, religious beliefs, but those beliefs cannot influence your political life or your societal
Right.
life, or how you interact. Yeah.
Right.
So therefore they separated the two. It's like almost they fudged the question, because it's more. It would have been more sincere for them to say, actually, we know we're atheists. This is what we believe, etc.
Yes.
Therefore, this is our only life. But they didn't do that. Obviously, what you find is the more and more you relegate the belief in God as an influence in your life, the more it becomes irrelevant. And therefore, you'll see in liberal secular societies the rise of atheism. Yeah. Because, if you don't need God to tell you how to act, how to tell you whether abortion is legal or illegal, or right or wrong, moral, that, you can just rationalize and debate amongst human beings, then why do I need to believe in God? What gives that, any value for my particular life? So it becomes more and more, you see this trend that within liberal secular societies, the rise of atheism. Yeah.
So, and I guess this is to Hashim and Ijaz. Well.
Sorry, Mohammed, you had another question as well. Sorry, on the back.
Yeah.
Of that.
So the sort of side question, therefore, from what I take from you, is that liberalism or secular liberalism is mostly about the political, social, and economic aspects of a human being, and they divorce God from grounding any of that. But then the question. Yeah. But and I've taken that from because you answered it actually.
Yeah.
But what you can argue is that they borrowed that terminology from John Locke and the thinkers, from the early Enlightenment thinkers, who did ground it in a deistic ontology, at least.
Yeah.
Then what they did was they borrowed it and then very conveniently said, we don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, to me, that's almost like a card trick. It's a sleight of hand.
That's the argument of secular liberals who are on the right, people like Jordan Peterson. Yeah, so that's their argument. Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe we'll get into that discussion.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Sure.
A little bit further. Yeah. But there was a point that you I think you meant. Yeah, that was so. Yes, it was political, economic, societal, but also remember at the beginning they're talking about what is the good life, what's the aim of an individual. So it is actually about, it's going to influence the individual. So it's not, this is why secularism or liberalism is such a pervasive ideology, that it affects the individual. It's going to control and determine how you express your religious beliefs as well. Yeah. So that's really key. Yeah.
So later on, we'll sort of go into how feminism, scientism, and these things are part and parcel of this discussion, but not now. But let's sort of. So, Brother Hashim, I want to ask you actually a question. So, why is it that Islam has let's say Islam in general tends to be the one that butts up against this in most discussions? And however, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, I mean, they have religious texts, they have teachings, they have some concept of God. How come they don't seem to have the same sort of issues we have with secular liberalism?
What do you mean by issues? Like, are you talking in
so Islam in particular? So we sort of say, look, you can't have this idea that the individual is all powerful. The individual decides their own future. Only Islam says this. I don't hear the Christians necessarily disagreeing with this. I don't see the Jews necessarily disagreeing with this. I don't even see the Hindus disagreeing with this. They sort of seem to sort of say, yeah, we believe in this sort of all-powerful Brahman or Brahma, but it's okay. We can live with this as well. So why is it that they don't seem to have an issue of this separation, and yet Islam does?
Yeah, I suppose it depends. If you're talking about today, yeah, you're more or less right, that people have kind of moved away from making God as the center. Yes, so they are less orthodox now. They are more secular and liberal, as the topic of this discussion is. Whereas Islam, alhamdulillah, still wants to hold on to the original orthodoxy and the religion, where God has always been the center, be it in a religious setting, whether you're talking about politics, economics, and your social life as well. So from the day you're born till the day you die, you always make God as the central aspect in your life. Your life is governed, as Brother Sharif put it, he's the sovereign Lord, and he decides what is best for us. He decides what kind of life that we lead from the day we wake up to the day we go to sleep on a daily basis is best in every aspect. So we make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as the central goal for everything we do. When we drink a sip of water, we think about Allah. We say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yeah. When we lay the dead in their grave, we also remember and praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun. To Allah we belong, and to Him is our return. So from the smallest thing or the most insignificant thing to something as profound as that, we remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this has always been the case. We have instilled in our youth, which many of the other religions have actually moved away from. Perhaps Orthodox Judaism could be an exception, where we instill the religion from the time the children are very young. So the first thing we do is we don't send them to the nursery, or even before they reach the age to attend the nursery schools. We teach them about the du'as, we teach them about salah, we teach them about Islam, we teach them about the basic things. And alhamdulillah, that has kept the religion of Islam prominent within the hearts of the Muslims, the love of Allah and the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam prominent within their hearts and minds. And I'm not saying every single Muslim is well grounded in their deen. Of course, there are many Muslims and many Muslim families who also have become liberal, secular. So for them, the religion takes a backseat, and the religious education also takes a backseat. And because of that, then there's, you see the changes in the life. They kind of move away from the deen, move away from the practices which the deen tells them. And having said, even though I'm focused mainly on the religion aspect, make sure that Allah and the Rasul have never said not to progress in your day-to-day life. So when it comes to technology, science, look at the early Muslims. Their main motivation was Islam. Like, what does Allah mean when He says there are signs in the heavens and within yourself? So these ayats in the Quran, this is in Surah Al-Fussilat, Allah tells you about these things, to go and seek out, go and search, go and look for these signs which Allah has in every single aspect of your life. So they did not shy away from inventing things or discovering things. And if you look at the early Muslims and even later on, like Ibn Haytham and all, they have discovered something which we call the scientific methodology today, things like the Kalam cosmological argument, which have been developed again by the philosophers today. They were taken from Imam Ghazali and so on, all these things. We have excelled not only in astronomy, in philosophy, in science, technology, all of this. But unfortunately, the Muslims have become less and less aware of what the value of their deen is. And that's the reason you see them less successful in many of these scientific spheres as well, because they have become more or less materialistic, like as we see in other religions. If you look at the Hindus, they have excelled in most of the materialistic aspect of their careers today. Look at the CEOs in some of the biggest companies out there. It's mostly Hindus today. Why? Because they have given the focus not to God, they have given the focus to gaining as much success as possible in terms of the wealth, in terms of the material achievements that they can have in this world. So whatever you're going to focus on, then you'll have success in that aspect. In Islam, we keep a balance. So we don't focus too much on the material, and we don't focus, we don't become like, you go and become some sort
hermit.
Of a hermit, go and sit in a corner in a cave and just worship God all day, and that's it. We lead a balanced life, and that is
Exactly
the best for everyone.
So I mean that's a really good point there, because I think a large part of that obviously is down to the fact that we have a preserved text that can be traced back to original sources, and the fact that we have a tradition from the very beginning of solid memorization of the Quran and also the Hadith text. And in fact, a lot of people don't realize, but many of our scholars memorized all of the Hadith as well. not just the Quran. So you would have scholars that would memorize hundreds and thousands of hadith, and they're historically attested. And we realized from a very early stage as well that not only memorization but also preserving even the intonation and the sound and the vocalization of the text itself and the words itself was so important that even that was preserved. So today, live language, we know how to pronounce it, we also know how to use it, and we also know how to write it, and it's in fact being preserved as well. So not only the language but all the vocabulary, the grammar, all of the syntax with it as well. I want to go back to an earlier point, which was secularism prides itself on being rational, on being reasonable, on being this idea of individuals have rights to freedom for thought and expression. This is the things that I hear all the time. But the contrast to that, or the way to bring it is what is any of that grounded in? Well, I mean, what is any of that based on? So when you say somebody is rational, does that mean by definition they only believe science is the only way to truth? Or do they actually believe that they're being logical? What do they mean when they say we are rational as a secular liberal? What does that? Ijaz, do you want to come in?
Well, maybe I would tie this in with someone thinking that they have the tools and capability to make meaningful change and progress. Right? They tend to style themselves as progressives, because with religion, it's as if you're held down to certain ideas and principles which may not always stand the test of time. Right? And so I forget the name of the story, but it's often taught to children. It's about 𝗀 and 𝗻. I don't know if you guys know it, about the two mice and the two mini men. And it's also like, if you study psychology as well, they make you read the story and do a literature review about it. But basically, the point of the story is either it is you could stay and not think and not be aware of your affairs, and you can suffer as a cause of that, or you can be constantly aware of your circumstances and constantly changing, constantly progressing in your life, and that is the thing that leads you to success, right? I forget the name of the story. It's about two mice and two men, but they even teach it to children, as if to say that people who follow religious ideas altogether, you can throw them into one heap. They're stuck in the Stone Age. But there is no principle taught in Islam that would leave us without progressing scientifically, without progressing legal-wise, right? There's nothing in Islam which holds us back from succeeding as a nation. But when you ask the question, why do liberals see us, or they choose to throw us into that one big group? Well, it's easier to generalize rather than to have to study Islam and understand it for what it is. Liberalism fundamentally sees itself as the ultimate way to succeed in life. Any other ideology, any other faith, religion, or system is insufficient to deal with the circumstances that life presents you with. So when I see something like universal human rights, what is this grounded in? And what gives that authority, right? I was reading a book, I'm not sure if Brother Sharif might be interested in it. No, I'm not suggesting that anyone read this, because the book is complete trash. Like, don't get me wrong here. But it's by the principal ideologue behind Putin's political philosophy. It's called The Great Awakening versus the Great Reset by Alexander Dugin. Now, it's potentially the worst thing I've ever seen. And I've debated Christians, so you know that that's saying something. But he basically blames the current state of the world on nominalism. I'm not going to get into what that is, but he traces it all back to nominalism and says that this is he is partially right in this, don't get me wrong, but the way he extrapolates it and he forces it onto everyone else, he gets it a bit wrong. But he does make a valid point. If it were not for Christian Europe dominating, being a hegemon for the rest of the world, it is possible that the secularism which came out of European Christianity, that it would not be as worldwide as it currently is. It would have largely been an ideology in a small place in the world. It would have not been seen as something today universal, right? And alternative to this, the more principle-based ideology would have been Islam, because Islam is technically more universal than any other faith or system out there. So I think, honestly, liberalism, whether it acknowledges it or not, liberalism has succeeded not because it was the better ideology, but because it came from a system which used force throughout the rest of the world to establish itself. It didn't just simply manifest there randomly and throughout the world, all these places like in South America and in Southeast Asia that they agreed on liberalism and secularism. It was literally forced upon them. At least that's the way I look at it. I call back to my own people. Again, I might be biased here, but in Trinidad and Tobago, when the principal population were Hindus and Africa, so Hindus and Muslims, and then African Muslims and Christians, when Christianity was the minority religion on the island, the other three religions were still banned and prohibited legally. Why? From a colonial standpoint. And so when our laws and our constitution was developed, it was not totally secular, but it had a bias towards Christianity. I mean, the highest order or the honor that you can receive on our island up until I think the early 2000s was called the Trinity Cross. And I think at some point we awarded the Trinity Cross to one of our first presidents, Nur Hassan Ali, I think was his name. So imagine the headlines: the Trinity Cross presented to Nur Hassan Ali. It's like this. If you're
that's an oxymoron, if there ever was one. Yes. What an oxymoron.
It's a strange thing. So yes, so when you ask the question, does liberalism have some kind of ontology that it's based upon? Yes, I would argue that Alexander Dugin is right. It is based on some form of nominalism, even though I think most Muslims would be token-nominalists. I think I had a long conversation with Brother who's the Egyptian brother again, Brother Sharif? Abdurrahman on this. Abdurrahman on this. And I tried to poke Brother Jacob on this as well, but I didn't get much back from him on that. But it's a fascinating conversation to be had, I think.
I think that's more a philosophical, but discussion about whether universals exist or particulars, tropes. But sorry, Mohammed, you were going to say.
No, that's a discussion for TAP, not for this show. We'll leave that to
I had a quick question for Sharif.
Go ahead, go ahead.
So Sharif, there was somebody who made an interesting point. I don't know if you agree with this. So he's saying that most of the secular laws are derived from religious theology. How true is that statement?
So so it's a good question, because it goes back to what Mohammed was saying earlier, which is, where's the grounding for rights? Because what you have is this argument to say, well, just like basic arguments. Okay, if you have human beings who are just accidents of nature, then how do you say that human beings should have rights? Yeah. And so because liberalism and Western societies evolved out of Christianity, some of these, laws and habits have been, sort of retained from Christianity. But what you're now finding is many of these types of laws are being slowly but surely, or not even slowly, but are being removed. For example, the idea of marriage. The idea of marriage comes out of religion. Yeah. So this idea comes out of religion.
Well, now you have civil unions, right? It's the same thing, but a different meaning.
But that's right. But also, it was always considered a man marrying a woman. That was the idea of marriage, and because it had sort of this historical, context of how it developed. And so now what you're finding is this idea that human beings have the right to decide for themselves. This idea that we can, there are no universal values like, heterosexuality or LGBT being morally wrong, so everybody can make their own decisions, and so everybody should have equal access. So therefore, LGBT people can also get married as well. So this institution, which was born out of Christianity or religion, suddenly is now being co-opted within a liberal secular framework as well. So there is some truth in terms of those types of the question that the brother asked.
What about the laws? Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, what about the laws in the courts? Are they also like based fundamentally on religion?
They're based on Greco-Roman laws, aren't they? Pretty much.
Yeah, but
So like I said, is that what you have is you have a tradition, and you have Christianity that comes and sort of adopts the tradition, and then sort of Christianizes it, So as a result, even when they argue, okay, these are Christian values and laws, they're not related back to the text, They're not saying, okay, this is the verse, or this is the particular New Testament reference that justifies this particular law. There are certain things like the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not kill, etc. So there are certain things like that, do not steal, etc. But some of the things like habeas corpus, the idea that you can't try somebody in his absence, he must be in the presence. When the document, I forgot what the name, that Runnymede document in 1214, Mohammad, do you remember it?
I don't know.
Magna Carta.
Magna Carta. Yeah, there we go. Magna Carta. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So when Magna Carta was first signed, the first person to annul it, to say it's invalid, was the Pope. The Pope actually at that time said, no, this is going against Christianity. So some of these ideas, like you have right of representation, innocent until proven guilty, etc. Some of these things were actually condemned by the church and Christianity. So there is a tradition that we see the laws evolve from, and institutions, but what you're seeing now is those institutions are being sort of swamped by a liberal secular set of values.
So let's explore. Sorry, go ahead. You can say something.
One point. Why isn't it that the Muslim world itself did not need something like the Magna Carta? Is it because our system for governance already held these ideas and principles at bay? We already used them and believed in them. Would I be mistaken on this, or would that be?
No, that's right. There is a really interesting incident that happened during the time of Imam Abu Hanifa, where a woman, she swears at her husband in public, and the judge, who happened to be walking in the market, he issues a verdict against her there and then, and Imam Abu Hanifa turned around and said, he's made so many mistakes, this judge. One of them, she wasn't brought to a court. So the judge is not allowed to make a judicial judgment unless it's in the presence of a court. Secondly, he said that the one who was harmed did not take or accuse her for what she had done. And he went through some other points. So this is, very early on. And why are they taking these principles and laws? Is because they say that the Prophet ﷺ is a model. So when he adjudicated in a court. When people came to complain, therefore you have an issue of people who are complainants and people who are defendants. And then obviously you've got other narrations where it mentions that it's better for a guilty man to go free than an innocent man to be punished. Or the fact that the presumption of innocence is found within the Sunnah. The Prophet ﷺ mentioned these points as well. So the person is innocent until proven guilty. So we don't need, we never had these types of problems. And there is an argument that some people argue that actually some of these ideas seeped in to the West, who then tried to negate the religious basis where it came from, Islam and the Muslims, and sort of, try to argue these things. So,
So, okay, good.
I just wanted to, I know Brother Mohammed has a couple of points to add, but I just wanted
go ahead. I've got some points, but go ahead, Ijaz.
Just one recent example of where this led to a problem. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there was this Canada-wide incident that happened. I may have mentioned it in the other podcast we did, where I think a teacher came with large prosthetic chest accoutrement, to say the least, right? Really big ones. And the children in the school complained, and the parents obviously complained, and the school board had to issue a response. And their response initially was, well, we can't tell a person how to dress. So it doesn't matter that the teacher has dressed in an overtly inappropriate way. That's the body of that teacher. We can't police how they dress. Otherwise, we would be like some recent other places in the news. Well, unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, Canadian society didn't take too kindly to the ridiculousness of the situation, because yes, you do have a right in public to let people know that they're wearing something inappropriate. Otherwise, here is the thing: if you can't tell a person what they can and cannot do up to some reasonable level, then you have basically chaos. Anyone can do anything for any reason, and you can't claim that it offends good nature, can't it? So after a lot of outrage, particularly from religious-based groups in the province of Ontario, the school boards suddenly were enlightened, and they were like, actually, yes, we can institute a dress code for teachers. So it still shows you that it takes religious people in a largely secular society to bring people to a simple moral standard with which they would have otherwise done away with out of fear of, crossing some liberal lines of policing people's wear. I just think it's just strange. That's a question today.
And there's an important point, because I think what Ijaz is highlighting is this what we're seeing now within the West, with people like Jordan Peterson, with sort of the right-wing thinkers within the West, and also with the sort of the extreme liberals, or the liberals of the left within the West, is that there is this tension. The liberal left see the entailments of their ideology. Yeah, they see what it actually leads to, and they believe that that's what should be implemented. Whereas the right, they're saying that if you completely go to this extreme, you're going to destroy the very foundations of liberalism. Yeah, so there's a guy, a famous political politician in the UK and political philosopher. His name was Edmund Burke, and he was very critical of the French Revolution. Part of the reason why he was critical of the French Revolution is because he was arguing that you can't remake society in like overnight. Yeah, because it evolves, and these institutions are grounded in certain values and traditions. And part of it was arguing Judeo-Christian values and traditions, although, like we said, that's a bit of a stretch if you really analyze it. But this is the argument. So what the liberals are saying is this is the entailment. What the right wing is that they still, and this is the key problem, they still actually want to be liberal. They want to use that name. They want to use some of the core arguments of liberalism, but they don't want to follow its entailments. Yeah, and that's why you have this natural conflict and this contradiction. And this is the irony: is you get right-wing evangelical Christians, in America, who are so vociferous against Muslims and so vociferous in some of the rulings and morality within Islam, and you're thinking, hold on, you're just holding a liberal secular standard. That's all you're doing, and you're using that to judge Islam. And at the same time, you're decrying about how the left have gone too extreme and this, that, and the other. No, they're just taking your standard and showing what it entails. Yeah, and then saying that's what we should follow. So rather than them criticizing Islam and Muslims, they should be looking at the ideology of America itself, what it's rested upon, and critique that. And then if they understand that, then they start to appreciate Islam better.
We tend to become natural allies, or at least that should be the case. But one of the funny things is I've seen a liberal Christian raise a verse from the New Testament towards a right-wing pastor, and you can see that the pastor, his brain wanted to explode one way or the other, because they were quoting from a letter from Paul, where Paul says there is neither Jew or Gentile, slave or free, nor male or female, for you are one in Jesus Christ. Now, if you're a liberal, That's literally true. You're no longer male or female.
Okay, so that's a good question. So to what? I mean, was Paul a liberal then, or not? Because he did say the law's not allowed anymore, right? The law's been abolished, right? Essentially,
Paul is a liberal. Like right before Paul's day, the Jews were so Hellenized that they were undergoing a process of adult uncircumcision. Well, I don't know how that works back in that day.
Yeah.
But
by the way, that's Galatians 3:28 for those that want the reference.
Yes.
That's Galatians 3:28. Yeah.
Just think about this, right? Children who were circumcised as young Jews, right? In their later age, in their adult age, by the time they had hit their 20s and 30s, they were happy to undergo a surgical procedure where they would have to decircumcise or uncircumcise themselves. And this is because when they would fight in arenas, they tended to be naked to show off their strength. So this is the chaos of the environment that they lived in, and one which Paul in some way tended to support, or at least did not see an issue with. And we look at modern day society, and I really wonder, for those of us who have grown up in the West and live in the West, do we not see similarities with that? And what did that lead to? Did Rome persist, or did it devour itself? What was the consequence of that society? What's the word here? Cannibalizing itself. When you don't have consistent morals and principles, things which ground you to reality, anything becomes anything. And this is where some leftists say that the more that you become a leftist, or the more that you liberalize society, at some point you have to punch a Nazi in the face. You have to become a Nazi to fight the Nazis. Don't they say this? I forget the quote that they use, but they argue something along these lines, that liberals themselves realize that they have to stop themselves. Otherwise, the natural consequences, you end up with no one being able to police anyone else. And you literally see that with the police being defunded in some places. Who do you turn to for security in those regions, right? I think it's like Portland or something in the state of Oregon. I could be wrong. We see the literal acting out of these things leading to what I would argue is a, what's the word here? There's a what's the type of society which isn't governed with a structure again?
Anarchy.
Anarchical,
Anarchical,
I really hope that it doesn't lead to that. I mean, some of us have come from countries where that seems to be the natural state. Maybe Brother Hashim might want to speak on that.
Well, the thing is, I mean, this is a good point, because I think what we've summarized so far is the idea that, you know, liberalism, or at least the position that it takes, or the governments that it puts in place, seek to protect individual rights at all costs. They seek to also underpin, and this is sort of now going to something else, which is rather than religion, they focus on this idea of a social contract. And so social contractarianism, which is that as a citizen now of this society that you're in, this elected government that you've put in place now, you've imbued this government with certain rights that you've relinquished, and in return this government then must protect you. But then they don't lay any real boundaries between where individual rights should be bounded or not, and in fact they leave it open-ended. So maybe we can go down that road to say, to what extent those two topics impinge on this idea of sort of Islam has boundaries. Islam has certain things that we don't step over. There's red lines that we don't go over, and even if we do have an individual or a power in authority, it is not all powerful, because at the end of the day, Allah is all powerful. You know, this individual doesn't. But yet, in these secular societies, the government is imbued with almost the power of God, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
it's really interesting, because obviously this lies at the heart of the contradiction within liberal secular societies, which is this idea that the individual is sovereign, but you also need a government that makes laws. Yeah. So just going back a little bit, so one of the arguments that Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued for the natural rights of man and therefore human rights was, he said, if you take an individual, they give these like fanciful scenarios like beehives and all sorts, because take an individual, put him in nature, put him in a forest, and he's the most happiest. He can do whatever he wants. The only thing that restricts him is his physical nature. That's it. Otherwise, he's absolutely free and sovereign, and he's in a happy state. Then he said, well, okay, what happens when you put groups of people together? How do you ensure that groups of individuals maximize their individual freedoms? And then that's where the argument of democracy comes. This is when they say, well, if you maximize the freedom of the majority, yeah, then, you know, the majority of people are able to do what they want. But the problem is that, you know, you're never going to get absolute freedom. This is what's being sold to human beings under a liberal secular ideology. But then you live in a very highly regulated society. Yeah, you know, recently one of the brothers from Thought Adventure podcast, we set up like an office, and suddenly we realized that we have to pay, or we may have to pay, business rates. And thinking,
yes,
this is everything you have to regulate it. Yeah,
welcome to the real world, Sharif.
Exactly. It's like you can't just simply say, okay, I've got this commodity, I want to sell it, but there becomes things that you are regulated by. And so there's this natural friction between the individual who wants to do what he wants, who's told that's what it means to be happy, who's told that's your purpose of life, to maximize your benefit any way you want. And then you live in a regulated society that says, no, you can't do this, or you can do this. Yeah, this is the inherent contradiction that we find within society. So, for example, you know, if I don't want to have a seatbelt, yeah, but in the UK, I can't drive without the seatbelt. I have to have my seatbelt on, otherwise I get fined. Yeah. So there are all these tensions, and they try to argue, well, it's to do with harm and benefit, cost, and these types of things. But then you think, well, okay, so why is smoking legal? Because there's greater harm on
alcohol,
the health services, individuals, etc.
Yeah,
or alcohol. Yeah. So there's these constant tensions, and you know, this is why we see what we're seeing, these sort of fractious societies, you know, and massive amounts of criminal behavior as well. Because, you know, if you're telling people that you are free, that this is your only life, you've got to maximize the benefit, you know, that you shouldn't really. What's that? Sorry.
Maximize benefit
and
pleasure.
Yeah, that's right. And then suddenly you're then saying, but you can't do this, you can't do that. They're like, well, if I can get away with it, yeah. And that's why we have, you know, in the UK, I remember a few years ago, I did like a little bit of looked into it. There's millions of crimes, millions of crimes that take place every year. And, you know, everybody has either been robbed or knows people have been robbed in their own house. Yeah. You know, it happened to me a few years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Just one last point, because I do. Well, he lives in, well, forget where he lives, in the north. Everything is a robbery.
Hey, listen, I live in the north. Okay, calm down.
I know, that's why I'm making the point.
In the south, they have the stabbing as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Technically, I live in the north now as well, right?
All right, fair enough. Yeah,
right. I do have 20 minutes before I go, but just two quick points. I forget who has said this, but jurists have argued that the reason that there are so many crimes is because today the average human in a liberal, modern, secular society has more regulations to follow than at any other point in human history. And when you think about it, even down to the trash that you have, it has to be sorted. I'm not saying that we shouldn't sort our trash, but for me, coming from a country where we didn't have to do that, to having to do that, sorting my trash was more difficult for me than actually following Islamic rules. It was so complex and complicated that here in Canada, they have an app you put on your phone that you can scan items and it tells you which bin to put it in. That's how regulated it is. And it's not only you that get fined, but if you rent from a landlord, the landlord gets fined. And not just at the council level, right? Even at the province level as well. So you're not just getting one fine, it's two fines. And maybe the municipal taxes, they might increase it for you as well if you're fined, right? So the reason that criminality is increasing today and people are so frustrated is, again, we tell them that you have individualism and the right to maximize your pleasure, but at the same time, they have never been more restricted. And I think what Brother Sharif said was brilliant. I really appreciate it. But I said that to interrupt Brother Mohammed. So, Brother Mohammed?
No interruption. I was just going to say that, lest we forget, the counter to, sorry, the natural progression of this is then this sort of capitalistic government, which really sort of drives this idea of individual rights and individual of property and private property in essence. But the counter to that, if you remember, was the communist reaction to this, where communism reacted and said, well, actually, there are no individual rights, it's all collective. And Islam takes a bit of a middle ground, you know, where we're sort of community-based. Communitarianism is sort of the key in Islam, but we also do recognize the idea of individual rights. So just so we don't forget, what role does communism play in this sort of secular liberal order, and to what extent can we should we accept it, ignore it, or discuss it?
Yeah, so obviously communism came as a reaction to capitalism, and capitalism could be understood as just being a manifestation of secular liberalism, and that's why some people call secular liberal either liberal democracies, or they use the word capitalism, etc. What's really interesting, just on this point, just really quickly, is you don't really find the Western sort of political thinkers labeling their belief system, because they don't want to label it, because they want to give it as this idea that's universality. So they use terms like human rights, they try to say freedoms to make it sound as palatable and as least ideologically motivated as possible. So anyway, but that's not the case. But what we find is that within liberalism and this idea of freedom and each individual has to be sovereign, there was this connection of economics, because obviously economics was important to maximize personal pleasures and benefit, but also it was a way to ensure that people weren't being controlled. So there was this idea that every individual should be able to pursue their wealth how they want and what they want. This is the idea. And then you had other political and economic thinkers like Adam Smith, who then argued that this was the best way to organize economic society, and gives various arguments about this, in his book Wealth of Nations. And then what you had Karl Marx, who then said, hold on, the best way to preserve the sovereignty of the people, of the individuals, is to preserve the sovereignty of the society and the state, and also the tools of production. What creates wealth? If that can be preserved by the state and not controlled by the individual, then what happens is that it's more beneficial for the society at large, because he said that whoever controls the tools of production controls the society. So let's take an example. When the cotton mills started developing and industrialization process started developing in the UK and Western Europe, who were the most influential people within society? Who are the ones who were able to influence the laws? It was no longer the landowners, it was the capitalists, it was these industrialists. So therefore he was living in that time, and he said, okay, what we need to do is take away the control of wealth from individuals and make it the control of wealth of the state itself. But the problem that obviously that happens is, well, there's numerous problems. One of the key problems is just simply an organizational problem. It's so complex to ensure that the needs of the people are met, that is almost impossible, or it's impossible for human beings to be able to work this out. So as an example, some of these communist countries used to have bread queues, because the bread was, because basically the government would allocate how much bread each sector would need, according to their thing. So what happened was people were running out of bread because they weren't able to calculate it properly, and the natural supply and demand wasn't being met within so what they call a free market. And so these basic goods, like even in Venezuela, when they were following socialist principles, they were running out of toilet roll. So
COVID, pre-COVID, you mean, or post-COVID? During COVID, we had the same issue.
That's right, pre-COVID. Post-COVID, we had the same thing. But so you're right, and this is the point about Islam. Islam comes here as a balance. It basically says, okay, individuals can own property. There is a market, but it's not unregulated. There are things that you can buy and the things that you can't buy. So pork or alcohol, etc., in public markets can't be bought by Muslims, etc. And the way you buy them is also regulated by the Sharia. So there are rules that we have to operate according to. And at the same time, so there are regulations, but there are these abilities to use supply and demand, use the market to, spread the goods and get people's rights. But at the same time, those strategic resources, those things which are so important to society, that they're not allowed to be owned by individuals. So Islam has mandated certain rules from Hadith of Prophet ﷺ. He says mankind is partners in three, and he mentions water, pastures, and fire. And basically the extracted ruling from this hadith and other hadith similar to this is that if a society is at great need of a particular resource, like for example, a village has one well. Yeah, if an individual owns it, he has undue influence such that he affects the rest of society. So that situation, it becomes public. So things like oil, gas, coal, these, hydroelectric power, etc. These things which are so important for the functioning of society can't be owned by individuals, because as soon as you have individual private corporations controlling these strategic resources, then governments have to kowtow and bow down to these types of corporations, because they have literally the lifeblood of society in their hands.
Absolutely. Yeah. And again, the only reason I mentioned that was the natural entailment of this sort of rational Greek philosophy is that logically they have to go to this environment where they have to maximize material wealth now, and the way to maximize it was this market-based economy that they conjured up. And Adam Smith basically and classical economics says it's the idea of the rational actor with perfect demand and perfect supply achieving equilibrium, if you can meet all those requirements. Now, in reality, that doesn't exist, of course, and there's been a lot of sort of reactions to this with sort of neoclassical economics and some sort of other versions. But what it boils down to fundamentally is these are man-made laws for man, man-made systems for man, versus God-given laws for man and God-made systems for man. And this is why we're seeing situation that we're in at the moment. So let me move on to that, which is around individual rights, freedom of speech. One of the individual rights they want to protect, they want to talk about, and human rights. Do they know what a human is now, or are they still debating that? I get lost in the arguments actually, because they don't know what a woman is. They may not know what a human is very shortly. But let me take it sort of back a step, which is individual rights, to protect them is one of the principles of this social contract that the secular liberalist has handed over to government. What does the government now have to do then to protect those rights? And how do they go about protecting them? What do they instill into the system to make sure it happens? Because we get now the system a little bit. There's a political right that wants to do the same thing, protect your rights. There's a political left that wants to protect them. But why is it that they differ in how they want to protect them? What causes that? Anybody? It's an open floor.
Yeah. So the left have this idea that you basically, the morality shouldn't be influenced by the government, but the government should have more control of the economy. And so that's the left. The right have the opposite view, which is that there should be more preservation of morality, and less influence on the economics. So that's why you have the Republicans, who are dominated by the Christians, especially evangelical Christians in America, who are really against like public health, like the NHS in the UK, but at the same time they're like, no, abortion's wrong. So there's this idea of little government when it comes to economics and economic pursuit, but then bigger government when it comes to certain moral questions as well. And again, I think ultimately, you sort of touched upon the point, Mohammed, is that ultimately these are limited, fallible human beings, like we all are, trying to work it out. And what's happening is, when you look at it, one, there's a problem of grounding. How do you ground things like rights? I went on PETA, the protection of animal rights. I can't remember what the acronym stands for.
PETA?
Yeah. PETA, we say PETA. PETA, PETA. Yeah. Twitter.
Yeah, potato. Yeah, calm down. It's okay.
Yeah. You call it PETA?
PETA, yeah.
What the hell? Okay.
So I went on their Twitter, and they had a post about speciesism. Speciesism is like racism, yeah. So you know, you
Yes.
shouldn't be against a particular race, so you shouldn't be against a particular species. All species are equal, yeah. So I just posted a question. They're obviously not responding. I said, if you've got a ant colony that's in danger and a child that's in danger, human child, who do you save? Because obviously ants, a colony of ants is quite a lot. Yeah, there may be thousands of them. So if you're saying that equal rights, then whose right should be saved, or whose rights should be preserved? And you know, obviously they're not responded. But this is the point. These are like some of the contradictions, the irrationality, where human beings are trying to put their mind as the lawgiver, as the one who has the knowledge on these matters, and take it away from like the guidance that we have within Islam.
Yeah.
And so with Islam, and this is where, you know, maybe these people like Dugin, the Russian political philosopher, or some of the people on the right in the UK, they need to understand this point, which is clear. You can't just simply appeal to liberalism and capitalism as being the ideal and then say it should preserve some of the religious institutions in order to preserve liberalism and capitalism, because they're self-defeating. Liberalism and capitalism, like I said, is trying to divorce religion. Yeah. And so therefore it's just going to be an entailment. If they recognize problems like gender, like what it means to be a man or a woman, like the issue of relationships, like the issue of men and women and how they interact in workplaces, how they interact in marriages, these are big issues about children, how they should be looked after. These questions, if they have these issues, then really what they need to do is fundamentally understand that the problems is stemming from their ideology. It's making the societies crumble themselves, yeah, creating these factions within society. And really they should start to look at Islam, because not Islam, we don't just say it's grounded in, you know, our laws or our moral values are grounded in the belief in God, but we actually have the communication from God to tell us what those groundings are, what those particular positions are meant to be as well.
If I could add here,
Yes.
I think a question was asked earlier by Brother Mohammad, like, what keeps the liberal system alive today, meaning the system of governance, the liberal secular system? I'm reading a book by Naomi Klein, I think it's called Disaster Capitalism, where she noted that if you look at any liberal capitalist society today, you will see that it is largely ruled by surveillance. Right? Think about this. Most societies which are capitalistic in their nature, like China, for example, which was once communist, now capitalist, they rule based on surveillance. And so you don't have privacy and you don't really have freedom. I mean, in Islam, spying on people is generally prohibited. You have exceptional circumstances. But you don't actually have a right to privacy when every thought, every photo, every text, every call is being monitored and analyzed. And so if you think about it, if I were a person living in a liberal secular society and I cared about my personal protections and having at least some sense of shame and decency, would I not want to cover myself in some way? And Islam gives you a solution for that. But if you live in a liberal, secular, capitalist society, they deny that you should have these privacies in the name of security. What do you have to hide then? As if we don't have the possibility of having shame and basic decency. I don't think the government should have to suffer seeing any of us without clothing. I would not like to traumatize the government in that way. But apparently some people would like that. Brother Hashim?
See, just really quickly on this point, though, is that obviously as Muslims, we have the concept of taqwa, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is watching. Yeah. And so we don't need all this CCTV. But when you take away God from the picture, then who's going to be looking at the people in terms of whether they're going to be doing right or wrong, especially when these people are being fed this idea that you're free, you can do what you want, and you're here to maximize your pleasures. Then suddenly governments recognize that there's a big problem. Yeah. So they're therefore the ones that are taking the place of this idea of an all-watching creator.
Wasn't the big problem in 1984 the surveillance state? And
Yeah.
that was like
Yeah, I
communism.
mean, George Orwell. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
it was
yeah,
He wrote it in
associated with
48. Yeah, he wrote it in
yeah, no,
1948, and he
48.
titled it
Yeah, he called it
1984
84.
to say this is what would happen, and this is basically what's happened. Yeah.
Well, that didn't happen. I mean, I think Aldous Huxley was right there, but that's a different debate.
Well, you know, pretty much though. I think, you know, if you look at, you know, so I mean, that's actually a very interesting question, because I think security is one of the expectations of most governments, whether Islamic or non-Islamic. They are there to ensure that the population that they're managing, looking after, are safe. In fact, one of the requirements, as you know, is when in Islam we take over, or we are with peoples that are not Muslim, then one of the requirements is they pay a tax to the system, jizya, which allows them protection then, or actually guarantees them protection within the society. So I think on the one hand, security and protection of individuals is a requirement of every government, whatever flavor, whatever color. Where I think they cross the line is where protection is then that is used as an excuse to essentially surveil individuals, which, while at a general, I mean, again, I'm talking sort of academically here. So at the highest level, where it's general surveillance, i.e. one camera on a building that's sort of 200 foot in the air, just looking down over a general area just to see if anything's going wrong, I don't have any issue with that. The thing I have an issue with today is cameras at you know, 4K, 8K quality, with artificial intelligence, with facial recognition, able to figure out with other databases that it supports, the moment it spots you, it's got access to all of your other information as well. So you become personally identifiable in a public space. That is an infringement of individual rights, I believe. And at this point, they're no longer individual rights. They're actually invading individual rights. But this raises a very interesting question of what exactly is privacy versus protection. And do we have a right to privacy anymore?
I wanted to give a practical example of this, because people are saying, yeah, but, you know, if you've got nothing to hide, what's wrong? Yeah. But what we find now is that social media is monitored. Yeah. Your various political or religious views are being monitored. You know, what you're doing in society, if you go to a protest, that's being monitored. And this can affect your job. So if you're a teacher and you express anti-LGBTQI sentiment and statements, you can get fired from your job. Yeah. If you're a student at school and you raise issues regards to Palestine, you can be taken into what they call CVE, which is like, you know, this idea of countering violent extremism. Yeah. So they will, you know, put you on what they call the PREVENT program, which is this quote unquote de-radicalization. And then these types of stigmas can affect all aspects of your society, your life, like your credit rating, like, you know, your ability to get a job, or your ability to go to school, or the ability to go to university to get, you know, better education, etc. Or even they can close your bank accounts. So again, there's this at the heart of liberal secular societies, there's this fundamental problem. Yeah. This idea that you're free as an individual, and then they have these numerous state laws that influences. And what's interesting and ironic is that the right have been criticizing this quote unquote cancel culture as though this is a left problem, a leftist problem. The first people to try and cancel people, like off university campuses in the UK, was a group called Student Rights, which was an offshoot of something called of a political think tank called the Henry Jackson Society.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yes.
So the Henry Jackson is a right wing, and they would go to the university and call for the removal of Muslim speakers because they spoke out against Israel, so therefore they were called anti-Semitic, or they spoke out against, you know, called for the Sharia, or the, you know, criticized Western values and Western political values. They would be the ones that are canceling. So what's happened now is that they created this environment, yeah, and now the left, like I said, they just take the entailments of that and say, okay, well, you know, if we're trying to regulate ideas in the political space, then we're going to regulate your ideas now, and that's affecting them as well.
Yes, exactly. Ijaz,
Ijaz has to go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Ijaz
gotta
was
go.
superb.
I apologize to see Uncle Hashim smiling this much as he said that.
But you're
But
missing the most
okay,
important part, you know, the Q&A.
We're going to open up for
Oh,
Q&A
yeah,
actually very
It's up to
shortly.
you.
It's up to you.
well, as the situation is, I do have to leave, but may Allah continue to give DawahWise success after success, and the same with TAP, inshallah. I'll see you guys soon, probably on the #1 Dawah channel, EF
Yeah.
Dawah. I gotta slip that in there somewhere,
Please
right?
subscribe to Calling Christians as well. Don't
Yeah,
forget
Alhamdulillah,
your
I'm
own channel,
surprised you
Ijaz.
remembered it. Normally
Of
you
course,
forget.
always.
Well,
Alhamdulillah.
you
Hey,
forgot, so I thought
your
I'd
logo's
remind
on the thumbnail, Ijaz. Your logo is
I
on
know,
the
I
thumbnail.
would press that, but I'm like, where's the EF Dawah logo? That's going to be somewhere there too, you know?
you. When we have the
Next
real
time,
EF Dawah
inshallah.
team, we'll put that logo, Ijaz. That's fine.
Yeah,
Inshallah.
when we have the
Assalamu
EF
alaikum.
Dawah team, we bring them. Walaikum salam.
Inshallah.
Thank you for joining.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay,
Jazakallah khair.
so we're going to be opening up the lines very shortly. But I just want to take that point a little bit further, which is this idea of freedom of speech now, because that's what it boils down to now: individual freedoms, freedom of speech, and this has been, a big issue. But most recently, there was an American university. I don't know whether you saw the story, where they essentially had a painting from, I think it looked like a 12th century, 13th century painting of Islam, which was shown in an art class. And the teacher and again, I'm just putting the facts out there. We'll discuss the entailments of what it meant and so on. But the facts of the story, as I read them, this was an art class at a private American university, and she made as much effort as she could, reasonable effort, to let people know that she was going to do this in class. She gave people the opportunity to leave the class if they objected, and the overarching right or the academic freedom that she was exercising was that we should have the academic freedom to be able to discuss any topic, because it's about education, it's about teaching. So the question then becomes, obviously in Islam we do not make pictures of Rasulullah. In fact, we don't draw pictures of anything alive, actually. I mean, it's one of the core rules in Islam. So the question really is, to what extent is freedom of speech, because this causes a big ruckus. Why is this seen as freedom of speech? And yet, if we can't draw a picture of Macron in France, people end up in jail. So why the double standards? And how should we address this? I mean, is academic freedom really true freedom, the final bastion of freedom, of secular liberal freedom, or is that in itself also being curtailed now as well?
Yeah, so just as an example of this, personal example, a few years ago, I was banned at a number of universities to give talks. So I thought I'm a nice guy, but this is what happens sometimes. And so, again, you go to a school. I think there was a couple of it was a couple of months ago where they had this gay Muslim who came on into school and basically argued that Islam has no problems with homosexuality. And many of the students who are Muslim, because it was a majority Muslim school, so there's this is what tends to happen in majority Muslim schools in the UK, is you will have this aggressive secularization and push of things like LGBT as a way to push secularism. And so many of the Muslim students started criticizing and asking him questions and making points. And basically afterwards, the teacher got very upset with them, shouted at them, raised the idea of 9/11 and saying, we don't discriminate against you about 9/11, this, that, and the other. You shouldn't discriminate against other people. And it's like, well, hold on, what's going on here? And so, this idea of academic freedom, it doesn't really exist. It's a complete farce. In the UK at universities, you have something called the no platform policy, which is instituted at universities, which basically means that the National Union of Students will not allow certain groups and organizations to hold events at the university campuses. So it isn't the case. And what we find, as you mentioned, is a complete hypocrisy. But why is it? And maybe, look, I don't know the specific incidences of this case, right, but it does seem to suggest that she was aware that it was going to cause upset. Yeah, but she did it anyway. But there's a wider point. The wider point is this, is that in the West, they see religion as a problem that needs to be mocked and ridiculed in order to remove its importance in people's minds and people's lives. Yeah. So this is why they will mock Christianity and Isa alayhi salam, Jesus, and the previous prophets and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But Muslims won't accept the mockery. This is the issue. Because we have our red lines. Now, in the same way, in the West, they have their red lines. Yeah, we can see that, whether it is through the cancel culture within social media, people being, put in prison because of what they've said. And there are many examples of this, by the way, in Britain and America and France. For example, in France, you can't deny the Holocaust. You can't write a paper that historically criticizes the idea of the Holocaust. Yeah. You'll be put in prison for that. Yeah. So they have their red lines. We have our red lines, but we're consistent. And this is the problem. They say free speech, but at the same time that they have laws to curtail people's right to speak. Yeah. Whether it's in academic institutions or society at large. So again, it's human beings trying to make it from their mind, these types of laws, and they contradict themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the biggest contradiction we saw was during the COVID, isn't it? So you had countries like France who banned the niqab, who banned even the hijab in certain public places. But as soon as COVID set in, everybody was wearing face masks. So the very reason that they quoted for banning the niqab, they implemented that like for the whole of the society.
Yes, exactly.
It just shows how fragile their excuses.
I think what this shows for me is it manifests a deeply embedded security in their own judgment, because it's not founded on anything, and so it's like a house of cards. You know, if you feel it's so, the foundations are so shaky that anything could cause it to topple over, then you try and scaffold it with this sort of other stuff to make it seem solid. And the challenge they have with Islam, as you said earlier, Brother Hashim, is that because we do have a preserved religion, we do have foundational text that is unequivocally the truth, demonstrably revelation, and on the back of which we have a very, very rich history of Islamic law, of fiqh, as we call it, but also of jurisprudence and various opinions, then it becomes unshakable. And what they're afraid of is that it becomes the replacement for their man-made version of whatever they've been created. And I think, you know, the sort of where I want to take this is population and economies are changing globally. So historically, colonizer Christian Western thinking was the one that led the discussions. The forecast now in population studies is by 2030, 2050, and certainly by 2100, the majority of the population of this world will be based in the African continent and in the Asia Pacific region. So that's sort of India and Far East. They will be probably maybe 7-8 billion of the world's 12 billion population or so that they're forecasting by 2100. And what this means is that the majority of influence that we currently have will also shift. And they're essentially trying to avoid this. But what we saw in the UK census recently, and this is really what I want to pick up on, is Christianity is now a minority religion within this country. However, people are leaving Christianity, but they're still seeking spirituality, and they're going elsewhere to seek this. And Islam is now becoming one of the major religions of the country. The focus for most of Europe is similar, or the forecast, sorry, is very similar. So in this world that we move into, or potentially move into, what does it mean then to say our truth is the only truth? Because that's essentially what they're saying. They're saying our truth of secular liberalism is the truth. what do you think they will do to maintain this? What are some of the actions they're taking? Because as I see it, gender politics, the whole sort of feminism, green, or actually green fascism in some cases, because of the eco warriors and so on and so forth, pejorative term of these that's often used. These groups, more or less, use secular liberalism as the foundation to push what seems like very moral aims, to preserve life, and as you said, the PETA thing with the animals. But in essence, what they're doing is they're destroying their own foundation by doing this. So all they're doing is they're allowing people to say, okay, I don't want this anymore. I want something else. So where do you think this is going? This sort of economic push, these sort of ism push of green, is actually going to go anywhere? Do you think these gender politics are going to achieve anything, or do you think it's going to collapse in on itself? Because we've seen Sorry, let me find. We saw a story today that broke out. A trans person walked into a ladies' changing room, right? And it's happened now. It's real. It's reality. So these lines that were never crossed historically are now being crossed, and people are reacting. So where do you think it's going to go, Sharif? Yeah.
So, I personally think what's happening now in the West is that the ideology is crumbling. I'll be honest. That's how I say it. I think they've gone past their peak. Yeah. Right. We saw, we're seeing problems with the economy, especially in the UK, where the cost of living is skyrocketed. Problems within, public services like the NHS, where again they can't cope. And then you're seeing social problems that are taking place. So, for example, crime, antisocial behavior. We're also seeing problems of the individual. So, for example, families and marriages and the roles and responsibilities about how an individual should act. This whole discussion around what it means to be a man. Yeah, that there's high depression cases for men. The highest suicide rates are between 18 and I think 40 or something like that. So this is a huge problem, and part of these problems is because, like I said, liberalism results in certain, it entails certain things. Yeah. And what people are now doing, and this is what's really interesting. So, obviously we've got certain podcasts that have been popular. There was a recent one with Omar Suleiman, with
Alex Friedman.
I've never watched his, so I didn't know who this guy was, but obviously he's very popular. He's like got 2.5 million, 3 million subscribers. Is very popular, and Omar Suleiman was invited on that. You got obviously Jordan Peterson inviting Muslims, Mohammad Hijab, Hamza Yusuf. You got people like Andrew Tate as well, popular personalities. And I think what's happening now is because there are people saying, hold on, we've gone too far. All of these things are going too far. We're now removing humanity and the value of humanity. Yeah, we've got to redress this. And so I think people are now looking at Islam, those things that were criticized, like gender roles, like, separations of the gender, like, the idea that the man is the breadwinner. Yeah, that the woman, she can work, she can get educated, but her primary role is to be, around the house and look after the family. Yeah, even though she can do other things as well. So these types of traditional gender roles, which were perceived as negative in the past, which were saying, oh, you're discriminating against women, or you're treating them as second class. Suddenly now they're saying, actually, no, that's right. A lot of people are saying, yeah, that's right, because they've seen, they've experienced, they've tasted what it means to have absolute freedom and this sort of liberal secular value system. And they're saying, no, there's something wrong here. There's something rotten at its core. And so more and more people, we're seeing popular personalities, people who have massive podcasts as well, are seeing Islam as this sort of alternative life. Yeah.
Yes. No, I agree. And I think, there is actually a very interesting term out there where this relates to the idea of sustainability and green and social awareness and so on. And they call it the circular economy, because the idea is that secular liberalism, which gave rise to capitalism, materialism as its core, required a workforce. And so therefore a lot of the push around feminism, around abortion, around these rights for individual freedom, actually were underpinned by very economically selfish reasons. Was basically the thinking was that half the workforce is sitting at home not contributing to the economy. Let's get them out there. Well, once you get them out there, how do you ensure they work for 30, 40, 50, 60 years? Well, you make sure they don't have babies, because if they had babies, they leave the workforce. And so they created essentially this entire framework, which was adopted by feminists and now radical feminists, saying we are free. And the consequence of that right now is, and I don't know how this association happened, is that whenever anybody has a sustainability umbrella or a flag, they also have to somehow be a feminist. They also have to somehow be on the political left, as if by definition that's the secular liberal identity that you adopt if you want to be seen as part of that group. You see, Islam has sustainability. Islam has kindness to animals. Islam has kindness to resources. Islam has requirements on how to use resources effectively. And yet we don't need any of these labels in order to make it happen. And I'll put it out there because we are going to be running a few programs, hopefully from next week, on this entailment of the circular economy, what it means, and how Islamic finance, for example, is coming to the fore now as a way to create sustainable financial models. The way that we manage resources in farming, and for example, is something that is laid down foundationally within Islam and something that's been extrapolated and been very useful. So I wanted to mention this to just augment the point that you made, which is it's crumbling because in order to manage a society which is to cause humanity to flourish, what they've actually created is a situation where birth rates plummet and individuals actually end up being very nihilistic and self-destructive. And actually it's achieved completely of flourishing. It's actually caused destruction. And now people, I think anybody with eyes and a brain is looking around and going, okay, this is just not working. Now, while they may not be vocal, they can see that Islam is the answer to many of the questions they have.
Yeah, so for example, you've got traditional gender roles, you've got traditional family roles within Islam. Within the West, you don't have these types of traditional family roles. And so what's happening, like you said, low birth rates. But what happens when you have low birth rates? What you have is an aging population. So now you've got aging population who physically cannot be productive, and who then become a burden upon the state because they've got no children to look after them. And even if they did have children to look after them, because they didn't have the traditional family values that Islam instills, then what happens is they get pushed on to care homes, social services, NHS, which costs more money, and it creates this spiraling costs within society. So yeah, you have this endemic problem within these societies. And obviously the values of Islam, like I mentioned about traditional family values, the fact that you don't just say, okay, thank you mother and father for looking after me for 20 years or whatever, and continuing to look after me even into adulthood. Once you're old, see you later, bye.
Yeah, sign off.
You can't look after yourself, so you might as well go into a healthcare.
I read this article. I read this article recently. I think it's an article. I remember watching it somewhere. But there's an individual called 𝗵𝘂𝗺𝗺 out on the internet world, and this guy's apparently he's an ex-SAS guy, and he does like survival stuff. And he did an experiment, and one of the experiments was
he is an SAS. Sorry, he is an SAS, but he's trained SAS.
Oh, he's trained SAS. Okay, yeah.
He's like a survival guy. Yeah.
All right. He's like a survival guru, anyway. But he ran an experiment where he took two groups of human beings, one female, one male, and he put them on in two separate groups and said, "Okay, guys, go survive." Right, and it's the closest social experiment that I've seen that when this idea of the human being in its natural, with none of the modern attachments, is left to fend for themselves, what the experiment showed is that very, very quickly individuals fell into their natural gender roles. And it was very clear. So the very sort of 30-second clip that I saw on YouTube was basically the women had essentially arrived in a place where they were soaked, they were wet, and they had no fire, and it was raining. The men, on the other hand, had built a campsite with this sort of volcano essentially that they built for themselves of heat and warmth and fire. And the women basically were curled up saying, please help. Essentially, that's what they were saying. And yet going into the program, they were all gung-ho about how they were going to beat the men. They were better than the men. They were going to do this, that, and the other. And within a couple of whatever they were doing, they realized that men had roles to play, women had roles to play, and they fell in them naturally. And to me, I think perfect experiment to demonstrate that when push comes to shove and we don't have what I call the pleasure or the advantages of modern society propping you up, because it's a privilege. You know, all these arguments, in my opinion, are opinions that is a privilege of the elite, privilege of somebody who has a full stomach, a warm shelter, a roof over their heads, and doesn't need to worry about where their next meal is coming from. That's what this is. It's a privilege of those few. If you actually go out into the real world where people live and need to survive, what you find is people do what they need to do to bring up good, strong families that are together in communities that support each other, that build on each other, that provide for each other, and provide not only physical and material, but also psychological and spiritual support, because that's how communities work. And the reality is that's what people fall back to when left alone.
All right, so we have put the link for the Q&A. It's been pinned and also in the video description. Those people who want to ask questions on the panel, click on the link and you'll be given the opportunity to ask your question or make a statement or a comment or whatever you have. So we have our first guest, Wesley. Do you want to just give us a bit of a sign that
give us a wave, Wesley? Thanks, Wave. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we have got Wesley as our first guest. Wesley Curry 2.
Hello, Wesley Curry the second. My goodness, you sound very posh there, Wesley. Are you really Wesley Curry the second?
What happened to the first?
I'm as posh as the North Shore of Chicago, but I'm now in Huntington, West Virginia. So I'm back to my hillbilly roots. How are you guys?
Very well, thank you. You're listening to us. What time is it there for you?
Here it is exactly 5:23 p.m.
5:23. Okay, 10:23 p.m. for us in the evening. Okay, Wesley, how much of the discussion have you heard today?
Very little. May I sit back and listen a bit to catch up?
Well, the discussion
Can you inform me? Can you inform me what
the discussion today is secular liberalism as a philosophy, as an ideology, but also you can talk about political liberalism if you want. To what extent has it been successful, and to what extent is Islam compatible or not with it? So what are your opinions, first of all? Do you have any opinions on that?
Yeah. You mean how quickly can I get myself tossed off your show?
I don't know. Depends on what you say.
Have you got something up your sleeve there, Wesley?
I like liberalness when it's real liberal, but when it's a phony, seeking pleasure, selfish liberalism, no. So there's different kinds of liberalism. I do believe in helping out people that are poor as much as I'm capable of, and but I don't believe in giving people money to buy drugs with. So, I'm totally anti-drugs, and I think that this country is going to kill itself from the inside by making marijuana legal, and it's just going to become worse and worse. In my faith, using drugs is sorcery, and by the sorceries the nations shall be deceived. How it works with Islam.
Well, let's call it religion. Well, let's call it religion. So your religion. So what is your religion, Wesley?
My religion?
Yeah.
Jesus is God. He gave me his dove. It's the dove from Noah's Ark. I'm going to meet everybody on earth in the flesh to help them tell the vision that the Holy Spirit, a pearl of white light in your bellies, will restore your souls from dead ashes into life.
And do you think your religion aligns with secular liberalism, or is it opposed to it? Or does it not care?
If you mean by, I've gone to people that were shooting heroin talking about Jesus, and I've also gone to people who were wearing very nice silk ties, bankers in the richest parts of the city of Chicago, and everybody in between, if finances is the high and low. But finances is not everything in the upper and lower. A person's character is really what's up or low. And in all cases, I've found everyone, especially myself, to be lacking.
Okay.
Wesley, just really quick question, yeah. So at the beginning of the show, we said that there was a shift within Western Europe, during pre-Enlightenment time, where instead of this idea of sovereignty of God, or God grants monarchs sovereignty, but ultimately with sovereignty of God, they shifted it to sovereignty of man. Individuals can make the choice. On that basis, do you think that that's compatible with your beliefs? Do you believe that sovereignty of God, ultimately God is the one that guides us and tells us what's good and bad? Or do you think human beings should be the one that guides themselves and decides what's good and bad for themselves?
Well, I won't try to speak in imaginations for you. I'll speak for what I have experienced, that I claimed all my life to be a baptized Christian Baptist. And then Jesus showed me my soul. And it was quite a different story than the one I was telling with my lips. My soul was dead, filthy, gray and black ashes, potted, like clinging to barbed wires. And those ashes that I saw in my soul, underneath my skin, my mansion, my temple, those ashes, the word for that in scripture is death. And the verse is, the wages of sin is death. So when I asked Jesus to forgive me, it's not just a case of going, Jesus, will you forgive me? And then imagining I'm forgiven. The act of working that forgiveness, of not doing that sin again, is necessary to be forgiven. If I say, Jesus, will you help me stop drugs? And will you forgive me for using drugs? And then the next day I go out and smoke pot or shoot heroin. I didn't ask Jesus for forgiveness. I asked for a free hall pass to get away with doing evil. So, but if I ask Jesus, will you forgive me for doing drugs, and I don't do drugs again, then I have received the forgiveness. But see, I didn't receive the forgiveness, so my soul was dead ashes, death, because I asked for the forgiveness, but I didn't act on it.
Yeah, sorry, Wesley, I don't mean to stop you in mid-flow.
But I didn't believe it in my heart.
Yeah, but Wesley, the question that I asked is a separate question, though. I'm talking about sovereignty. So when we talk about sovereignty, we're talking about who's the lawgiver, who's the one that decides what's good and bad for an individual. Is it God who makes that decision, or is it the individual?
He's about 6'3". I saw him wearing a Beatles wig once. He's got very dark olive skin, a white robe. His name's Jesus. He appeared to you on August 25th in the year 2005 and said, tell the vision. And then he appeared to you on November 5th, 2005 and said, tell the vision. Before that, he said, it is time. And after he said it is time, that snaky lunatic Satan said, sad and delicious, pretending to be God, emulating Jesus's voice. Satan said, sad and delicious. That's who God is. He appeared to you on February 22nd, 2006 and said, tell the vision. Then he said, tell the vision you shall not need the mark. Then he said, tell the vision you shall heal without money. And then he said, no time to talk, Allah. And in those days when that was happening, Satan was loosened upon all of us and attacked us with a lightning bolt, saying, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. And then Satan again said, don't tell the vision. And when he said, don't tell the vision, Satan vomited out of his mouth a black frog head like 𝗺_𝗶𝗺. Now, this is going to bother you, but that 𝗺_𝗶𝗺.
Wesley, if I could stop you there. Wesley, you're actually not engaging in the discussion, and we're trying to have a serious discussion here. So if you're not going to engage in the discussion, we'll have to say farewell.
Look, okay. I'm the guy that's going to fall.
I don't think this is going anywhere. So let's bring in someone who really wants to engage in the discussion, not some guy somewhere living all by himself.
I thought you guys knew him the way you were speaking to him at the beginning.
No. We're just being nice. We're just being nice.
I've never seen him before.
We're nice to everybody. No, we're nice to everybody.
Actually. So what are the guys in the comments who had been quite busy? There was one guy.
Yeah, we had so many active commentaries going on.
Where's he gone?
Yeah. All these people that were commenting about how they knew better and they had a different opinion. Okay, let me be controversial here. We believe, or I will say I believe, that Christianity is no longer Christianity. It is simply a secular liberal facade to do whatever you want with a spiritual bent. So basically, you have churches that allow anything, and we've got pictures in churches in the US, for instance, that are showing the most despicable things to young children and presenting it to them as normal. Do you, as a believing Christian here in the UK, think that that is where we should go, or this country will go? Because usually, what happens in America only takes a couple of cycles, and it ends up over here. So do you think that's the way of the Christian church or not? And the other thing is are you supportive of bringing that kind of, would you actually accept it as being representative of your faith? Come and tell us. Come on in. Tell us what you think. We're not here to argue with you, but we hope to listen to you as a follower of at least a Abrahamic faith, to your opinion. And
also, if there are any Muslims who want to come and ask questions, you're welcome as well.
Please do. So all Muslims are welcome as well. Yeah, absolutely. I saw one interesting comment here, actually. Where was it? I think it was it was our admin, actually. So let me where's my comment? I've lost all my comments. Where are my comments gone?
You should always star it so you can keep
there we go. I found it. I found it. Okay, so while they're joining, let me sort of ask another couple of other questions, Sharif, while we've got you. So this idea of progressiveness is always seen as this thing of what we've progressed to now is the best thing. And what they tend to do is they advocate for, okay, let me rewind. Why is this important? This is important because many of our youth fall into the trap when they're at school, thinking that being progressive is in somehow supporting minority rights and marginalized groups. And because they feel themselves as part of such a group somehow, they feel they should align themselves with this progressive group that's advocating for these other rights, because in addition to advocating for marginalized groups and maybe electoral reforms or increased representation or something, they're also advocating for individual LGBTQ rights and promoting environmental issues, etc. The question, though, is this really rolls into this idea of this, I'm going to use this word, and I don't mean it in a pejorative term, but it's the word that is used quite often, is the social justice warrior. But actually what it is people who advocate for these rights. We see many of our youth themselves with these groups. what are some of the dangers of doing this? And what are some of the warnings that we need to give to people aligning themselves with these groups? Because where could this lead to?
What was the first part of the question? Sorry.
Just the first part was marginalized groups and increased representation is usually the headline attractor for many of our youth to join these groups. But what they then do when you get in there is they say, oh, by the way, we're also fighting for individual LGBT rights. And these are the rights. And you sort of buy into you have to buy into all of it, not just some of it.
Right. Okay. So I think you also mentioned the point about progressiveness. Yeah.
Progressiveness,
so,
which is what it's seen as. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So obviously, what's really interesting about the way Western politicians, political thinkers, academics, journalists, they talk about their system. They use these very much positive terms: freedom, free market, progressive. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So they use these types of terminologies because, and the reality is it affects people, including Muslims, because then we start to say, okay, progressive, civilized, this is the standard. Yeah. But I think
to me, let me interrupt. So progressive by implication means you're backward. If we're progressive,
that's right. You're moving forward.
And you're not. So so immediately you feel an inferiority. That you need to somehow fix, right?
Yeah. And I think what tends to happen is that the progressiveness, these moral, social, political values, tends to be perceived as, well, look at the economics, because they're doing economically so well, then their value system and civilization must be correct. Yeah. So this is where they try and create these things, and that's a whole other discussion in terms of how they became economically dominant. Yeah, it was through colonialism, wars, and the continued neo-colonial policies that we see in the Muslim world as well. So, but this point about progressive, and we need to be very clear, is that it's paradigm based. It means it's from your point of view, it's your reference point. So yeah, if you're a liberal secular, more liberal secularism is great. That's progressive. But if you're a Muslim, then the type of liberal secular progression that you were seeing, we call regressive. This is reality. It's regressive. And I think what's happening is more and more people are seeing it. Even non-Muslims who are liberal and secular themselves are seeing the regression of their society. They're not happy with where it's going. It's moving in a direction that they're perceiving. It's like, for example, like my workplace. Initially you speak about LGBTQI, they're like, yeah, what's wrong with it? It's their freedom. Yeah. And then you're like, yeah, but does it really make sense that a person can transition, and they could be preteen, and they can have hormonal blockers, and they can have operations? And you know what? The natural reaction is that, no, this doesn't seem right. Yeah. And this is the issue, is when you take away all the constant propaganda that's being pushed, whether it's schooling, university, social media now, and TV programs now is crazy. I'm shocked.
I don't even watch it. I don't even watch it anymore. I don't even watch it anymore.
You can't have a drama series now. You can't even have computer games without
cartoons. No, cartoons made for children. Yeah. So recently there was an article here. I remember my nephews coming to watch something called Peppa Pig, right?
Okay.
It was this sort of innocent little cartoon on TV about this. I mean, basically they had fun. They jumped in muddy puddles and whatever. Yeah. I read an article yesterday somewhere where basically they've now been forced to introduce a same gender couple as part of this programming that is aimed at under 5 years old children. I mean, under 5, right? Now this to me is sort of the ultimate in what sort of hypocrisy, because I remember when I was at school, there was this massive campaign to say TV does not influence children.
Yeah,
they had a massive campaign to really sort of, because there was you remember the sort of the 𝗵𝘂𝗶𝗺𝗶𝗀 sort of sort of activist She was up there saying, well, look, TV does influence children, it builds opinions, etc. And they built a whole case saying it doesn't. And yet today we've arrived at the position where they've realized that unless they program this stuff into children's entertainment, then children somehow won't appreciate it. And to me, if this isn't the definition of state indoctrination, then I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah, definitely.
And yet, who was accused of this? Only a few years ago, the Cold War and the Cold Wall that came down.
Oh yeah,
the other side was accused of doing exactly this.
Yeah. Propaganda. Right, we got some guests waiting. Should we bring them in?
Yes, please. Yeah. But Sharif, please go ahead and make a comment you're going to make.
No. Let the guests come in. Yeah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, brother Rasul.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Bismillah. So hopefully I can. It's not. I did write it in the. Bismillah. Bear with me in the live chat, but just hopefully it's on the topic, and I'll understand if you don't want to answer it or talk about it. But basically, I don't know how I can try and explain it, or I want to get at exactly. Bismillah. Please bear with me. In terms of liberalism, is there any relation? Bismillah. Between there probably is, but just in terms of rationality and reason, and the Mu'tazila and the Ahl al-Ra'y, which is still a good thing, and not the Mu'tazila, obviously. But is there any relations between that and what is the history? Would we know of rationalism before Locke and before the Mu'tazila, and how does one affect the other? And can I ask just one more thing? Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. In terms of maybe directed at Brother Hashim, I'm not sure about Brother Sharif or Brother Mohammed. Please forgive me. I do understand that Brother Hashim is, no disrespect to yourselves, I do know that Brother Hashim is involved in Speaker's Corner, etc., in Christianity. But in terms of the Christianity and the liberalism that we were saying, could yourselves just discuss what would Jesus' himself view be according to liberalism? And well, I would say, but in terms of it's not a clash of civilization, obviously, per se, but it is sort of, it's between truth and batil, truth and falsehood, etc. We're not going to say west or east, it's all global. But what would Jesus say? Like they quote that, render unto Caesar what Caesar's and what is Allah, etc. And then not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill, etc. But is there any proof from the Bible? Sorry for talking too much and in a rush. Is there any proof from the Bible that, even with the Bible we do have today, is there any proof that it is anti-liberalism and I don't know and all that? Please forgive me if anything.
So what's anti-liberalism? You mean Christianity?
In terms of Christianity from the Bible and liberalism.
Yeah, I think if you read the 10 Commandments, you'll get the answer.
Yeah. Well, let's address that because I've got some comments to make on that. But Brother Sharif, on the first part, this sort of rationalistic approach that we discussed earlier.
Oh yeah.
What is the relation to the Mu'tazila and so on?
That's a really good. It's a really good question because the Mu'tazila, they believe that morality can be known from the mind. So moral propositions can be known from the mind. You don't need divine text. Divine text helps to confirm what you rationally can ascertain from the mind. Now, even the most ardent Mu'tazila back in the day wouldn't be a liberal. It wouldn't be a secularist. Yeah. Would reject those things. However, and this is the thing, when liberalism started to export itself from the West into the Muslim lands, what happened was that Muslims, they started to say, okay, is there something within our tradition that we can use to justify liberalism, secular liberalism? Yeah. And so some people started to gravitate, some thinkers started to gravitate to this idea of Mu'tazila, and the fact that they believe that moral propositions can be known from the mind. You don't need revelation. So if that's the case, we don't need God's revelation. We can rationalize it ourselves, or the mind has an unlimited role and can rationalize all questions. So therefore, how much of the religion do we actually need as a guidance? So all of these modernists, pseudo-modernists, within the Muslim world who are trying to harmonize Islam with liberal secular capitalism, what they do is they try to go back to the tradition and try to cherry pick from deviant sects as well, from sects which are outside the Ahlul Sunnah, in order to try to justify liberalism. So I think that's the relationship we're seeing. It's not that Mu'tazila, created liberalism in the Muslim mindset. It's simply that the Muslims have already been, some people are just imitating the West and then trying to post hoc justify it from some sort of Islamic traditional basis. Does that answer that part of the question before Hashim answers the second part?
Inshallah. But just to elaborate a bit on it as well, and sorry, with that said, it's a silly question, and please forgive my naivety and a lack of awareness, but how deep-rooted is this concept of liberalism amongst our, well, I don't want to say our people, but, in, let's say, Muslim lands and non-European and American lands, or even within their own lands, etc.? How is the divide between, and what other concepts are there, like? Is there liberalism?
So I think the masses in the Muslim world are not liberal. Yeah, they reject it, and even if they may say certain positive statements about the West, when you break down certain ideas to Muslims, ordinary Muslims, and say, you know what, liberalism means sovereignty of man over sovereignty of God, that you can make a decision irrespective of what Islam says. The average Muslim, even the non-practicing Muslim, would reject that idea. Yeah. Similarly, if you turn around and you start saying liberalism says that the individual is sovereign and he can choose whether he wants to be a male or a female. Yeah. And the natural reaction will be to reject that. So because liberalism and the entailments are going to the extreme in the West, or it's not extreme, it's just the entailments of liberalism, they're actually trying to implement it, it's actually exposing the harsh differences, the key points of differences between Islam and the West. Whereas in the past, they tried to this idea of multiculturalism, we all have universal values, Islam and, the West, they're very similar. And so they try to cajole the Muslims to adopt sort of liberal values, but now people can see the stark differences between the two, and that's why in the Muslim lands what we find, and so just as a quick point though, that doesn't mean that the actual societies, the state, the laws within the Muslim world are from an Islamic basis. Totally, we still see the influence of liberalism and capitalism throughout the Muslim lands, and that's because of colonialism, neo-colonialism, and the influence of the West within the Muslim lands. So you have an elite, a secular elite that exists that are trying to liberalize, and I know it may sound controversial, but I'm going to mention it anyway. Like Mohammed bin Salman, we can see with Cristiano Ronaldo and paying him $400 million. We can see with WWE being hosted there, with boxing being hosted there, with concerts being hosted there. There is an attempt to liberalize the society, to de-Islamize it. This is the attempt, because they know it's a strongly conservative society and they want to create a liberal sort of atmosphere in order to allow liberalism and capitalism to become the dominant ideology, because they see Islam as a threat.
Brother Sharif, sorry to cut you up. That I'm not saying that is known, but with that said, what you said, what a silly question, but what is it? Obviously, you're discussing it now, but what steps can we take, in terms of counteracting that? Can the Islamic cinema, for example, be on? So, we have Islamic films and the media and all that, obviously. But what, in your point of view, can be done to counteract that?
So there is a very interesting book that was written recently by an Islamic scholar. His name is Joseph J. Ковинский, and the book is published by Routledge, and it's called Islam, Liberalism, and Ontology. A critical reevaluation, and the summary of that, and again, I suggest you, if you can, go read it. It's an excellent book, very, very readable. But the conclusion that Joseph comes to, Brother Joseph, is that there are many how should I put this? Many Islamically minded individuals over the years have tried to liberalize their societies by simply putting a veneer of liberalization and essentially just sort of pointing to the liberal West and say, hey, we're liberalizing, you know, you can trust us now. And essentially they're sort of playing to them. But what they fail to realize is that the strength of Islam isn't the rituals. You know, the rituals of liberalism is not the same as the belief of Islam. And so what happens is, in societies where they try to do this, there's always a clash, there's a revival, and we go back to Islam again. It's because the fundamentals of Islam are what keep Islam together, not the outer actions. In liberalism, and especially these man-made institutions, because they have no, and again, this is why I asked the question earlier, if you listen, they have no ontology that they can ground anything in. And because they have no grounding and no ontology, the only thing they can rely on is these externally focused rituals or habits or traditions, which very quickly decay because they have a half-life where within one people change. And if you also live in an environment where the very definitions of core concepts of things like, you know, gender and sort of other things that we thought were immutable can change overnight, then you literally create a scenario where it destroys itself. And so I think what's happening in these societies is there is an enormous pressure to show that you're liberalizing. And what we saw during Qatar and the World Cup recently is that as much as that is done, the core of it is not impacted. And anyway, Brother Sharif, you can come in here.
No, I was going to mention that point about Qatar because the issue is that in order to counteract liberalism, you need a state, you need a society that emulates or reflects a different set of values. And so really what we have to do is look at the Muslim world and start to solve those problems, because we do see endemic corruption, we see poverty, we see powerful individuals who oppress people within the society. So, and this is the point about Qatar, which is that even though there are problems within that society, the general atmosphere of that society amongst the people is Islamic. Yeah. And when people, non-Muslims, went there and they were told all this nonsense about, oh, Qatar shouldn't have the World Cup. You know, personally, I don't like the fact that the Muslim world has a World Cup, because I do think it's part of a liberalization process anyway. But irrespective, yeah, let's just make it as a sporting event. When they started criticizing the Muslim world regards to this, and non-Muslims went there, and many non-Muslims were there hesitant. Oh no, what's going to happen? I think Hashim was there, weren't you, Hashim? You went down to help with the dawah there. When non-Muslims went there and they experienced Islamic environment from amongst the Muslims there, they were completely won over, or many of them were, including the journalists who were then even told, like the Times journalist, he was told he was not allowed to write positive statements about the Qatar World Cup. They only want negative stories. What I'm saying is this, is that when non-Muslims, because they only see this Western liberal, less secular lifestyle, they think this is peak civilization. When they see an alternative, yeah, then they start to think, hold on, there's actually a better life, yeah, for human beings. And if we start to solve the problems within the Muslim world because we've gone away from Islam and start implementing it in our lives as individuals and as a society and state, then I think what will happen, and what we are seeing happening anyway, is people will start to gravitate even more towards Islam and realize why, and it is the correct civilization to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. And to the other question, Hashim, would Jesus disagree with liberalism? Do you think biblically? Is there any evidence to say that he would? At least the biblical version.
Yeah. So if you look at the Christian, I mean, obviously the Christians would agree that it's a religion, isn't it? And for them, the central theme has always been God. So if you look at the Bible, so whether it's a Christian, a Jew, or any other religion, for them, if they have an organized religion, then God is the central being who decides the matters in most of the cases. But I think it was the liberals, probably, if you look at the Renaissance, where they separated the church and the state. I think that's when it fell apart. So the Christians who are Christians today are mostly liberal. They are mostly secular. They do not follow any of the doctrines, the key doctrines of the Bible and also of the church. Many of them are namesake Christians today. So if you look at the recent, I think there was a recent statistics where they saw the decline of Christianity in England, where there was a majority of Christians before, but it has been declining. And the same we look at, I think, all throughout Europe, specifically the Northern Europe, the Scandinavian countries, where atheism is now taking over, and this idea of secularism, liberalism is pretty much behind it. So if you just go based on the Bible, I would say no, it doesn't support liberalism, secularism. But if you look at the Christian world today, when I say Christian world, I mean the countries where the majority population are Christian, or they claim to be Christian, or they want to acknowledge themselves as from a Christian tradition, then I would say yes, definitely secularism, liberalism has taken over.
Yeah, and the verse you referred to about give what. Sorry, go ahead, Rasul.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought I was going to be told to go, but I just wanted to say one more thing in terms of what Brother Sharif or Brother Mohammad was saying. No respect to Brother Hashim, please. But Bismillah, in terms of what you were saying, how about Turkey as an example of secularism and can it be said that, sorry to get into politics, is Turkey like a good example of some sort of Islamic country? I know we said we don't have a state at the moment. And with that said, could you put, I don't know if it's to do with your agenda as well, but would you be able to invite someone from Hizb ut-Tahrir or something to, I don't know, it's just a suggestion. Please forgive me. But Turkey, please. Barakallah, if anything, sorry.
Sorry, are you saying if Turkey's...
Is it a good example of secularism? Because Turkey is a secular state. Look, ultimately, we take our moral values, our guidance from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so, you know, even if, let's say, for example, even if progression in terms of technology, economics or technology, let's say, is with, kufr, un-Islamic, then that doesn't mean anything for us, because we're told about previous nations who were, had high technology, were building massive pillars, were, carving into mountains, were building big pyramids, technology that, at that time had never been seen before, superpowers. Yet at the same time, we're told that these societies were failing societies, and ultimately they did fail. And that's the issue, is that we need to have guidance that comes from Islam, not some Kemalist, secular, hodgepodge. And, I do recognize, and I think this is probably a point that people may not necessarily appreciate, is that within Turkey, there is a very strong Islamic sentiment. We always see from outside, particularly maybe before Erdogan anyway, is we always saw that secular was a very highly secular society in terms of the people. And there is certainly a significant number of secular people within Turkey because they, bought into, Kemalist propaganda. But there was and has always been a very significant Islamic sentiment within Turkey. And so, you can go to some of the areas where it's very traditional, people adhere to the general value sets of Islam. So it's not that surprising, that there has been or there will be sort of Islamically inclined political parties or leaderships, even though they're not fully Islam. So, for example, even in the 1950s, as early as that, there was a prime minister. His name was Adnan Menderes. And Adnan Menderes, he started to reverse many of the Kemalist policies, like, for example, reopening mosques, changing the adhan back into Arabic, allowing sisters to wear hijab, etc. Yeah, and then ultimately he was deposed and executed by the secular military. But the fact was that he won the general elections because his sentiments was shared by the majority of people. So even this idea of secularism within these societies is still very artificial. I'm telling you, in the Muslim world, it's artificial. It's not something that's born out of the values and the traditions, the culture and the belief of the people. It's something that's been imposed upon us, and that's why we see aggressive, some aggressive secular leaders who have to enforce the inability for people to speak out against some of the un-Islamic policies that are being implemented. Like, for example, I don't mean to, pick on one country, but there were scholars who were arrested and put in prison in Saudi Arabia when they criticized, not by name, so they weren't criticizing a ruler by name, but they criticized people attending concerts, music concerts, and they were imprisoned for this. And I can't remember the name of the imam, but I think he was the imam of Mecca, I think, or prominent imam and sheikh, and he's still in prison because he criticized concerts, which at the time was a policy. So it's artificial, it's not from the people. Yeah.
Let me actually quote something, because I actually remember this is very interesting. So you mentioned Jacques Rousseau earlier. In his book, I think he actually said something like, "It is impossible to live at peace with people whom we believe to be people with strong religious convictions." That's what he's talking about. He says it's impossible to live at peace with people whom we believe to be damned, because to love them would be to hate God, who punishes them. So it's absolutely necessary to convert them or punish them. And this goes to the heart of how Islam believes, is there is no way we can actually love secularism, because to love secularism is to hate Allah. That's what it boils down to, fundamentally, right? Because they separate religion from government, and they instill a government which, in all but name, is forced to be atheistic. And so therefore you have essentially an atheistic telling you how to run your life. And if you believe that that's the way you should run your life, then you essentially agree that Allah is not the way you run your life. So fundamentally, if you believe in Islam, you even though you may have the trappings of it because you're forced to, deep down it won't go away. And that's exactly what 𝗁𝗂𝗶𝗁𝗂𝗃 says in his book, and this is exactly what we've seen in Turkey happen.
All right, Brother Rasul, I think your questions have been answered. We're going to bring in some other guests. So Jazakallah khair for your questions.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Sorry, apologies if anything.
No, alhamdulillah. Great questions.
Sorry,
thank you.
Before you go, where are you calling from, brother?
SubhanAllah. I'm a bit of a megalomaniac and paranoid, but those kind of questions get people in trouble. But
okay,
I'm in the world in charge. Astaghfirullah, please forgive me. That's
fine. Alhamdulillah.
And I just on that note, sorry, with Brother Muhammad, with Brother Muhammad's last note in terms of Rousseau's comment, I don't know, I'm not saying anything, but I just want to promote Inspirited Minds, the UK-based charity is for mental health. With what Rousseau said, it's a shame that unfortunately we let atheist doctors, especially when it comes to the psyche, deal with emotional and
yes.
I don't know,
we actually have. There's been some, so this is something we've recognized, and it is something that we are addressing elsewhere. But alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khairan. Thank you. Wa alaikum salam.
All right, we got I think Mahesh here, who's been waiting for a while. Thank you for your
Mahesh,
patience.
hello.
Mahesh.
Hey, hi guys. Thank you for arranging this session. Really interesting. So my question revolves around the concept of knowledge versus belief. So my question is, do you believe that Allah communicated with Prophet Muhammad, or do you know that Allah communicated with Prophet Muhammad? And just to clarify the definitions which I'm using, because different people can have different, slightly different definitions of knowledge and belief. So the definition of belief which I'm using is, belief is something which you cannot really substantiate based on the evidence, but you have good enough confidence that this thing that you can trust that thing, but the possibility of that thing to be wrong can be moderate to high. Whereas knowledge is something which you can substantiate based on the evidences, and the possibility of that thing to be wrong is fairly low.
Okay, so where are you calling from, Mahesh?
So I'm originally from India, but I've been living in USA for the last 6 years.
Okay, good. Fantastic. And are you a Hindu? Your background?
I mean, yeah. So by birth I'm a Hindu, but by belief system I'm an agnostic.
Okay, no problem. So, Brother Sharif, you want to take this?
Yeah, from our perspective, we have knowledge that Islam is true, from the definition that you've given anyway, at least.
So yeah, so as per my definition, you should be able to substantiate it based on the evidences. So what is the evidence that you have to substantiate that claim?
There's a lot of evidences. I don't know, how much time we have in order to engage in this particular question, but we have the evidence. We first look, when we look at this as a human being, as an individual, we try to remove biases and prejudice and as best as possible our background, where we come from, our background, and we try to look at around us, what's there, what can we conclude about things around us, the universe, things that are contingent, things that are possible. Does this indicate to us that there is a creator? Does a creator exist, and therefore does the creator have a will? And once we conclude that matter, then we can conclude also the issue that this creator, this God, has to be one as well. So we go from understanding things around us, the evidences that we sense, and that these things lead us to the belief in one God. And then we ask the question, well, why were we created? What's the purpose of our creation? If we now know that there was that God intentionally created us and the universe as a whole, then what was the reason? What's the intention behind that? Well, we need some sort of revelation for that, or some sort of communication, some sort of message. There are people out there that have come to us and are given various claims that they've come from the divine. So the first question I'm going to ask them is, okay, if you claim that you have come from the divine, or you claim that this religion is from the divine, does it affirm one creator? If they say no, it affirms multiple creators, then I'm going to discount it. If it affirms a contingent creator, it means a creator that's dependent upon something, then I'm going to deny it, because I'm saying there has to be something eternal and independent. If it says that this creator is like a human being, then I'm going to negate it, because human beings are limited dependent creatures, and therefore this creator cannot be a limited dependent creature. So I can dismiss a number of possible candidates out there. That leaves maybe one or two. When it comes to Islam, then we're looking at, or the other question that I'm going to be looking at is, can we be confident in the preservation of the text of this claimed religion that claims that this text should be followed and is from God? Is it preserved? And so therefore I have to look at and investigate the various arguments and evidences for the preservation of the text. If I'm now confident that the text is preserved, now this increases my confidence levels of the potentiality of it being a true religion. Then the other thing, so obviously it's calling to one God, it's not have an anthropomorphic view of God, it has a preserved religious text that claims to be communication from God. Now I'm going to look at whether the preserved revelation or claimed revelation has any inconsistencies. Does it claim certain things which are logically impossible? If it doesn't, and everything within it seems consistent, both internally and external evidences, then this is going to again further increase my support for this particular religion, or for Islam in particular. And then I'm going to look at, are there any external proofs that I can use? So for example, we would look at whether the Quran itself, or the Prophet, peace be upon him, he claimed some certain signs that could only come from God, and we believe that's the case. And we believe that one of the key miracles of the Quran, of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a linguistic miracle of the Quran. And there's a key challenge, which is that no human being can produce it, and it's beyond the ability for any human being to reverse engineer what we find in terms of linguistic features and structures of the Quran in order to produce just 3 sentences like the Quran. So we have some sort of external proofs, and I might look at the Prophet, peace be upon him, and see, okay, is this person, could he have made it up? Could he be a liar? Could he have been deceived, or is he truthful? And was he looking basically for materialistic gain? If I can discount all of those possibilities, that he's a liar, that he's deceitful, he was looking for material gains, etc., or he was insane, then really the only conclusion that I can come to is that he's truthful. So therefore I have a religion, Islam, which believes in a transcendental being, a creator, or creator that's any not created, so that's independent, eternal, that's one, that revealed a preserved text, that we can ascertain that its preservation, that has no internal contradictions, no external contradictions, that has external evidences and proofs for the text, and also external evidences for the prophethood of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And that's what I'd be convinced of.
Thank you so much. So, I don't want to hog the session, so with permission, can I have like a follow-up question?
Right. So before you go on the follow-up question, Mahesh, what constitutes evidence for you? You said you wanted evidence. Is it empirical evidence you're seeking, or would you accept other kinds of evidence?
I mean, empirical evidence would be a great start, I would say. But I'm also open to other forms of evidences, like rational evidence or the logical evidence. So I'm open to all the evidences which can lead me to the truth.
Okay, so Brother Sharif presented some rational and logical evidences. Do you accept them or reject them? And if so, why?
Yeah, so, the problem I see here is that, so the claim here is that, Quran does not have any internal consistencies or contradictions. Hence, it is a word of God. But I do see some internal consistencies in Quran, and I can give you an example.
Yeah, but that wasn't what Sharif presented. I'm asking you specifically with regards to what Sharif presented. Did you listen to his response?
I did.
So okay. Just Mahesh, just to remind you, so the criteria for acceptability that this could be a candidate for a true religion would have to have a text which is consistent. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the criteria. Yeah.
Yes.
If it's consistent, if you just have a consistent text, doesn't mean it's from God. It just means it's consistent text.
Yeah. So I agree with you.
So I don't know what examples you've got to say that there's inconsistencies.
Yeah. So I think that the omni properties of God are inconsistent, self-inconsistent.
Yeah, but you said about the text. I was just wondering whether you've got any particular verses.
Because the text mentions that, right?
What's that?
Because
what does the text? Have you got a quote of a particular verse?
I don't know Arabic, so I don't know the exact words and the quote off the top of my head. But I do know that it's mentioned in the text that God has omni properties.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't use the word omni properties.
Doesn't Quran say that? Sorry, so doesn't Quran say that God is all powerful, all all knowledgeable and all kind?
Yeah, so the word that's used is the definite article of knowledge. So meaning the knowledgeable, the merciful, the powerful. Yeah. So some people might interpret that as, or not might, but some people would interpret that as omni properties. But yeah, that's the actual words. It's a definite article of a particular attribute or name of God. Well, what's the contradiction anyway regards that? So you need to, first, if you're going to say there's internal inconsistencies of the Quran, what I would do, Mahesh, from your perspective, is I would take a verse from the Quran and say, okay, this verse is internally inconsistent. So internally inconsistent means that there's an internal contradiction within that text, yeah, or externally, but you have to start with an evidence from the text. But anyway, carry on. What's the problem with omni properties from your perspective?
Yeah, so just to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, so you are saying that Quran does not say that God is all powerful or all knowledgeable. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. I said that the wording used is not the wording of God has omni properties. The wording used is the definite article of this, which some would interpret it as omni properties.
Okay, so the problem which I see with this particular concept is that if God is all powerful, right? Why is there unnecessary suffering in this world? When I look at the world around me, right? If God was all powerful, I mean, we wouldn't have any unnecessary suffering.
So how does being all powerful preclude the possibility of suffering?
Because if God is also all kind, why would he allow unnecessary suffering?
Maybe for soul building.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
That means maybe to build a person up to have courage, you have to have fear. To have patience, you have to have something to be patient and persevere upon. To be kind, you need to have somebody who may be in difficulty, or an animal that's in difficulty, to demonstrate these things. So these are called soul building.
Okay, but there is some sort of unnecessary suffering in this world, which I don't see how it can build, how it can be used for soul building. For
Like
example,
what?
right? Yeah. So for example, a baby dies within a week, right? How is that related to the soul building?
Because the parents have to overcome the problems of grief and the difficulties of that. So it builds their resilience. The child, we believe, is going to paradise. That's the general view of Muslims. The child itself may not feel any pain. We don't know. God could remove the complete pain from the child. It's like, for example, I'll give you an example, Mahesh. When a child is born, a baby is born, the baby cries. We can sense as human beings that the baby's in pain. But is there any conception of pain that the baby actually internalizes? No.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because even a baby who's a week old, they have like fully developed pain fibers.
Do you remember what it was felt like being a week-old baby suffering from pain?
I mean, yeah, but we can observe it, right? So even a week-old baby.
No, but Mahesh, the
question,
do you remember? Do you no, Mahesh? Hold on, let me come in. So we were all babies at one point.
Yeah.
Can any of us recall what it was like to, even up to 2 or 3 years old, any pain that we may have felt? Do we remember any of it?
But how does that, change?
No. I'm asking the question. Just answer. No, but just answer the question.
Yeah. We don't remember that, but that doesn't change the fact that the baby suffered. Even if you don't remember that doesn't change the fact that the baby.
Let Sharif carry on, because
but the point here is this: is that if you're going to say unnecessary, so you have to define what you mean by suffering. So generally, what you want to say is that a person consciously is aware of the pain that they're suffering. That's what you want to say. Now, if I'm in a position where I'm seeing something that perceived as pain, perceived as suffering, but the thing that is perceiving it is not itself able to perceive its own suffering and pain, then that I wouldn't call suffering. For example, we know that when grass is cut, plants are damaged, they give off signals which are perceived as pain signals or suffering signals. And in fact, they, when you smell that freshly cut grass, it's because they're releasing chemicals within the air in order to sort of warn the other grass and the other plants that there's been damage that's taken place here. So, but we wouldn't call that suffering, would we? So I just don't think it's a very good argument to say, that, okay, because there is an all-powerful, all-good, all-wise, all-just creator, that therefore there wouldn't be any suffering. And because we'd have to give a very strong argument in order to demonstrate that. And I don't think there is a strong argument. The second thing is this, is if you're saying there's this problem that I have, I can't reconcile it in my mind. There might be a reconciliation. There might be good reasons why God allows these to happen. This might be the best of all possible worlds. So as a result, there may be a reason for it, but I'm limited. I'm finite. I only see very small pixels of the universe and of creation. whereas God sees the whole picture. So yeah, I might not be able to reconcile it, but the arguments that I presented at the beginning with nothing to do with is a good or bad or evil or suffering or anything like that. I presented arguments that demonstrate, or I touched upon those arguments that demonstrated why I believe there are very good reasons to believe that there is one creator. And also I touched upon arguments why I believe there are very good arguments to believe that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a prophet. Now, if I've got very good arguments, and then I've got something where I cannot explain, then I'm going to take the very good arguments over the thing that I cannot explain. That's the reality. That's how we epistemically should approach things,
Okay. I mean,
we had this conversation, Mohammad, Hashim, myself. We had this conversation with Mukunda. Was it Mukunda? Was that
last
his
week.
name? Sorry.
It was Mukunda last week.
Last week we
yes,
had this same conversation, and he even brought up the problem of evil, and we addressed that issue with him. So if you want to have a look at it, he's very well educated in Hinduism. Writes blogs, does podcasts. You can see our discussions that we had with him, and even he conceded to a certain extent that there isn't a logical problem for the problem of evil. There's more. It's something else. It's something that's could be explained in different ways, or it may be what we term skeptical theism, which is we just don't know why there's evil or suffering. But that doesn't preclude the possibility that God exists. It just could be the case that God has good reasons. We just don't know it because we are limited creatures. So I'd recommend you to watch that.
Mahesh, just want to add a point here. Would you have the same contention with Hinduism or Buddhism, who consider life to be a suffering, and they believe that the soul is eternal, so it's been suffering for eternity past? Would you have the same contention?
Well,
I know you don't believe, but I'm asking, would you have the same contention with regards to Hindus or the Buddhists who claim that life is suffering for eternity past until they reach moksha?
Yeah, so my wife is religious. She follows Hinduism, and I have these kind of debates with her all the time. And I have Muslim friends. And actually he's the same person who shared this link to me, by the way. So big shout out to him. So I also have debates with Muslims. I have Christian friends. I have these kind of debates about Christianity with Christian friends. So I'm not singling out Islam here.
I'm just asking if you have the same kind of objection, and what kind of response they gave you if you did have this kind of debates with them. Just was interesting.
So I'll be like
to this kind of question.
I'll be like really honest to you. So when I discuss this concept about different religions with folks from different religious backgrounds, I find that Muslims have the most logical arguments over the other religious people, even though I don't agree with some of the logics posed by Muslims, right? When I compare the logics given by Muslims and compare it to the logics given by other religious folks, I feel that their arguments are more logical, even though I don't agree with all of the logics presented by Muslims.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Mahesh, let me add a point. Let me add one point very quickly. So first of all, I appreciate that, by the way, Mahesh. I think you're being very honest and very, I think the integrity is appreciated. So let me add one additional point, which is, because I hear this point about, suffering from many corners of the world. And in Islam, and you got to understand our worldview, I think it's important you understand the framework that we live under. And the framework that we operate under in Islam is that this life is a test and we're on a journey. And in this journey, the very test itself has peaks and troughs. And we are to observe these peaks and troughs, but still maintain the faith and the belief that we've been revealed. Now, in our belief as well, we believe there is a place where there will be no suffering. None of this test will exist, and that is the final reward that we refer to as a Jannah or heaven, I guess, is the closest example. And if you fail this test, i.e., you see all this suffering, you experience, and then you disbelieve, by consequence by seeing this, then you failed the test. And there is a place for that as well, where there is punishment. And so what we say is primary in your perspective, or the lens that you put on, is yes, I witness and observe there is suffering in the world, but can I maintain the faith that I have that Allah says He is the most knowledgeable, He is the most wise, and therefore anything that takes place is within His remit, and He knows why this is happening. My limited knowledge, my limited intellect, and only the few seconds that I live on this planet, by comparison, how could I possibly understand what any of this means? So that's really our perspective. So we say, yes, things happen, bad things happen, and we go through trials and tribulations, and we witness many horrendous things happening. And for the majority of the horrendous acts, it is people doing it to people. It is not God doing it to people. And so we say, okay, we move on, and we don't dwell on these things. We can't. I mean, for example, if you look at the number of people that died in the two wars, First World War, Second, to go back and repeatedly sort of ask, why did that person die? Why did the other person die, etc.? We'd never move on with life. But our goal is to preserve the faith, so we get to the end and succeed. So if you understand that perspective, that's where we come from. How does that land with what you've heard before?
Yeah, so when I think of this life as being the test, I think I see another contradiction here, another inconsistency here, because if God is all knowledgeable, then God already knows in advance who's going to pass the test and who's going to fail the test. So what's the point of the test, right? Okay,
so you know what this is. This is the classic objection of qadr. We call that the objection of qadr in Islam. So qadr is Allah's knowledge, or in Allah's knowledge, everything already exists, already is sort of laid out. So the question you have is, if God already knows, then how is it? It's one of those areas. So first of all, this is a classic argument. There is no simple response to it, because at the end of it, we have to say Allah knows, but within the limited amount of free choice that we've been given, within that knowledge of Allah who knows everything, within the limited arrangement that we've been given, we have a free choice to make decisions. And we operate on that realist perspective, which is at any one point in time, I'm the one that's deciding how to move forward. And what the treatment that you'll receive at the end will be based on the decisions that you took.
Yeah, but isn't everything already predetermined as per Islam?
Well, okay, so this boils down to, we don't believe in hard determinism. This is not an Islamic position. So the position you're taking is, if God already ordained everything, then isn't He already hard determined everything for us? We don't believe it's hard determinism. We believe it's somewhere in the middle, and we call it's a compatibilistic sort of model, where we believe in Allah's knowledge, everything has already happened. He has given us a sense of free choice, and we exercise that choice, and we will be held to account for it. How the two work together, that's the bit that is in Allah's knowledge, not in our knowledge. We don't know how the two work together.
Yeah,
what we know, which is we go with the realist perspective.
So what I'm understanding here is, you are saying that, hypothetically, right, if God had created every human being with the inner conviction that God exists, and God wanted us, or if God had created us in a way that everyone should offer namaz and everyone should not drink alcohol and all those things, then it would have somehow affected the free will, right? So because God wants to preserve free will, it has offered us the free. It has not
free choice. Well, we say free choice, not necessarily free will. So I agree. So look, if you were born stamped with La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah on your forehead, there's no test.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you are a robot, which is, if I don't follow this, I'm going to get punished. I know that. Right. However, what we do believe in Islam is that you have been given a gift by God, and that gift is a natural predisposition to want to find him, to search for him, to look for him. And we call that the fitrah. So there is an urge, there is a need within every human being to look for something that is greater than themselves. And which is why almost every adult, and we at some point in their life, they will sit back and go, why am I here? What is the purpose of all of this? That very question comes from that place. And in Islam, we say that is the fitrah, and that is the original covenant or agreement that you've already made with Allah before he sent you here. You said, when I go there, I promise I will believe in you. So it's that being activated. Now, what we say in Islam is, once that's been activated in you, the need to search, the need to find, you have to lock on to the truth. It's like, you know, you've got the key, you now got to unlock the right faith. And the thing is there's no predetermined notion of what you're going to unlock if you don't have the right message. Which is why which is exactly what you're doing, which is you're agnostic. You don't know what the reality is, but you're saying, well, which one makes the most sense? Which is the logic that Brother Sharif took you through, which is, when you look at all of the faiths out there and you look at all of the religions out there, intuitively, we have been imbued, gifted with a sense of reason and a sense of, we know when something is unfair, we know when something is right, when something is wrong, intuitively. I mean, babies, kids, if you give them a gift, you know, say like something candy or something they enjoy, and then you take it away from them and give it to another child, the one knows that's unfair. Nobody taught them that's unfair. They just know intuitively and instinctively that that's not fair. That was mine and you've done me wrong. So these concepts, where do they come from? They're already built in. They're part of that pre-programming that God has given you. And we use that natural intuition to go search. And what Brother Sharif said earlier is that intuition will lead you to the message. There is the one that is the most coherent, the most logical, the most reasonable, and the one that has the most evidence. And what we say is, if you are genuinely honest in your search, and you're honest to yourself, then we say you cannot help but accept Islam, because this is where the key that you've got built into you, that's what it will unlock. It will unlock Islam for you, and you will accept Islam.
Mahesh, can I just make another point as well? See, we can give various reasons or arguments to say, okay, why did God know that we were going to go to hell or heaven and still create us, or still test us in this world? And we can say, well, yeah, it's just so that it's because God is just, and therefore when a person claims that, oh, why am I in hell, I wouldn't have committed disbelief in this, that, and the other, you know, it's we are witnesses to that reason. Yeah, so therefore we have no excuse of being unjust. So I can give these arguments, or other brothers can give other arguments. Yeah, but the problem that I think you have is you're looking at this in a not a rational way, because a rational person, he looks at what he can see and then he makes certain conclusions, as opposed to try to understand the intent behind an unlimited independent creator and then try to define some sort of rationalization from what the potential intention might be. Yeah, even if I was to do something, like if I threw a pen on the floor and I asked you, why did I do that? You wouldn't know. Yeah, you might speculate. So I'm saying it is stronger and more rational to go from what we know and what we can experience and see and make certain conclusions, as opposed to certain things which are going to be naturally outside of our ability to comprehend. This is what we call the epistemic limit. Yeah. So I think that's the key issue. And I think what you'll find is all of the particular contentions that you have, there will always be a possible way to explain it. in a way that doesn't result in any logical incoherency. And when we say something is incoherent or logically impossible, what we're trying to say is that the thing that we're talking about, the sentence that we have produced, is a meaningless sentence. It's a sentence that divorced of any semantic content. That's what it means to say it's logically impossible. Yeah, like a married bachelor. Yeah, it is devoid of meaning. Yeah, four-sided triangle, it's devoid of meaning. So when we look at these types of questions that you posed, they're not like that. They're not logically impossible. There is a possible way of explaining it. There is, things which we have as epistemic limits, and there are also good reasons as to why we've come to that conclusion in the first place. And so I think there's a lot more that I can say, for example, even the issue of God's foreknowledge and we're not being determined. Well, because God's knowledge is not causative of our acts, but rather what God knows is the acts that we do. Yeah. So for example, if I watch, the game PSG versus Al Nassr, after it's recorded, after it's live, even if I know the score of that game, which I don't, but even if I did, it wouldn't affect the reason or the cause of that particular score line. So we believe that God created us. He knows what we're going to do. And he also gave us the free choice, or if you want to use free will, the ability to choose what to do. And God knows what we are going to do in terms of those choices anyway.
Yeah. So I think, most of the answers that you gave, I think they are coming from a point where you are already convinced that Quran is the word of God. So if you are convinced that Quran is the word of God, then your answers can make sense. But for someone like me, who is not convinced that Quran is word of the God, many of the things that you said doesn't make really sense. So for me to make the sense of
which one doesn't make sense? Tell me which one. Give me one example. What you said that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So for example, you said that if someone goes to hell, that doesn't mean that that God is unjust. It's just that we don't understand the wisdom behind it, right?
No, I didn't say that. You weren't listening, Mahesh.
I don't think you were listening at all, Mahesh.
Saying, Mahesh, you said, why would God give us this test if he already knows the result of the test? That's what your contention was. And yes. I said that if you are put in heaven or hell, or a person of hell might turn around and say, that's unjust. Yeah, exactly. I would have gone, if I lived my life, if I was given the opportunity, I would have worshipped you. And so therefore, when God, even though he knows the result of the test, allows us to undertake the test anyway, it's because then we become witness as to what we were doing. Yeah, we have no excuses then. We can't say, I wasn't given the opportunity to take the test. That was the argument. What you're saying is completely different to what I was saying.
Yeah. I think you probably have some preconceived ideas about Islam, and you must have got the same answers from everyone, and you're thinking of those answers. But what Brother Sharif and Brother Mohammad actually said had very little to do with exactly what is rooted in the Quran, even though the idea behind that comes from the Quran. They just use logical arguments to make you understand what the reason is. I mean, I think one of the most important questions which all humans probably have somewhere in their mind during their lifetime is, what is the purpose of my existence? As an agnostic, Mahesh, what is your purpose of your existence?
I mean, as an agnostic, so as I said, I'm not opposed to the idea of God or idea of an existence of God. Yeah. I'm just in the exploration phase. So,
have you thought about this question? The purpose of my existence. Why am I here? Have you thought about it?
So I think I have, and in the absence of the world, in the world where there is no God, I think the purpose can be very subjective. So everyone creates their own purpose. So I don't know if God really exists or
Forget
not.
about
So
other people. Forget about other people for a minute.
Okay, so
Mahesh.
my
But
answer is
even just like even on this
Yeah.
point though, that people
Yeah.
make up their purpose.
Yeah.
So if you want to be a rational human being,
Yeah.
you don't want to just believe in make believe, do you? You want
That
to ground it in something that's real. So if you want to have a
Certainly.
real purpose that's rational, that's justifiable, otherwise it's just, you know, you're just adopting anything. And to me, this because you said, Mahesh, you came in at the beginning and you were saying, what are do you have knowledge or belief? Yeah, I
Yeah.
said we have knowledge. You said
Yeah.
knowledge is that which has evidence. And I
Yeah.
assume, therefore, you would want people to follow knowledge, evidence.
Yeah.
So, and maybe I'm talking about some other types of atheists, but many atheists come here and they start saying things like, oh, you guys, you believe in fairy tales, this, that, and the other. And you say, well, what's your purpose of life? Oh, I make it up. Yeah. So I make up my own fairy tales.
I mean, that's the logical
Not
conclusion, right? So that's the logical conclusion, right? If there is no
What's that?
God,
You make it up.
the purpose will be subjective. If there is God, then yeah, you know, whichever, for example, if God has ever communicated with us, then yeah, we should follow that message. If God exists, but if God does not exist, right? It logically follows that in that world.
I mean that's what I want to know. What is your subjective understanding of your purpose? Because you are in between. You're on the fence. You don't believe. You don't reject God. You don't accept God. You must have some subjective understanding of your existence, the purpose of your existence.
So the purpose of my existence to add value to the society some way or the other.
Okay, materially?
Not really.
What kind of value?
I mean, not necessarily. For example, and then it really depends on, you know, day-to-day experiences as well. So for example, you know, if I help someone with something, so I'm adding value to the society, right? And you know, again, like, it depends on day-to-day instances and events, but to give you like a very high level and very broader view of what I think, what my purpose is, I think is to add value to the society one way or the other.
So Mahesh, I have a point there. So I think there's a couple of steps we're missing here, which is, how did you arrive at this idea of agnosticism? What thought process did you go through?
I saw that there is no, you know, evidence based on which I can substantiate the existence of God.
So do you believe empirical evidence is the only way you can arrive at truth?
No. I mean, as I said earlier, empirical evidences would be a great start, but I'm also open to other forms of evidences like logical evidences, rational evidences, any evidence that can lead to the truth. I'm open to those.
So I asked the question again. Did you arrive at your agnosticism by exploring all avenues of knowledge?
I did.
Okay,
yes.
So give me a logical reason why you are agnostic.
As I said, right, if God existed.
Well, you're presuming the answer now. You're presupposing the answer. I want you to logically tell me why you are.
So your question is why I think that God may or may not exist. So why? So what's your question?
Yes. So why? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So logically, how did you arrive at that conclusion?
Maybe a way to. Yeah, maybe a clearer way to understand what Mohammad is saying. He's saying if you know all the arguments for God and you say they all fail, then you have to demonstrate which arguments are failure.
I was going to ask that next question. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
that's my next question.
I'm aware of the Kalam argument. I'm aware of the argument of necessary existence. And I don't see any problem with accepting those arguments. I think that those arguments are perfectly fine, logically consistent. The problem I face is when someone says that God has to be conscious, right?
Okay.
If there is a first cause.
We had this discussion last week as well.
Sorry?
I said we had the same discussion last week.
This is a repeat theme. Yeah, this is a repeat theme. It's fine. It's okay.
So why does God has to be conscious, right? So that is the question that I have. Even if there is a first cause, why does that cause has to be conscious?
So go on, Sharif. Just answer that question quickly, because I don't think it'll take much time.
There's lots of different reasons. Firstly, if you take the Kalam cosmological argument, and if you think that that's a justifiable position to say that there's a first cause, then the first cause has no prior causes. Therefore, it chose to create, because part of the Kalam cosmological argument is to say that creation is finite. So therefore, you have an eternal cause with all the necessary sufficient conditions to create, but yet doesn't create, and therefore this is best explained by will. Second argument might be is that consciousness is not reducible to the material. We are conscious agents, therefore we see that consciousness comes from other things which are conscious, and so therefore the first cause, which has to be the creator of all things, must also be conscious, because non-consciousness does not create consciousness. A third argument might be is that we see specification within reality. So for example, there are specific attributes and specific laws that could have been another way. So the fact that you have multiple options and you choose one option implies consciousness or some agency. And the fourth one that I would probably use is to say, look, look at the complexity of nature, look at the design. If we accept that there is a first cause and that there's something eternal out there, and yet we see all this complexity, beauty, value, etc., then that's best explained by a creator who created us with the ability to sense these things, and also created us with the ability, or not the ability, but created this complex, intricate universe and complex life systems. So there's about 4 or 5 arguments there. I don't know if you want to pick one and expand upon it.
Sure. So I think your arguments, so correct me if I'm wrong, again, since we are having a discussion, so correct me if I'm wrong, but your answer assumes that we know everything about consciousness. And the second thing is that you are assuming that the materials cannot have the emergent properties, right? For example,
so that's the second argument.
Sorry. So the part, so the whole can have the properties which are different from it, which can be different from its part. Hydrogen atom and oxygen atoms are not wet, but when they combine together to form water is wet, right? So
is wet. Sorry, hold on, Mahesh. I understand the argument. So Mahesh, do you think wetness is a physical property, or do you think wetness is qualia?
It's an emergent property.
No, is it qualia though?
What do you mean by that?
Conscious.
So is wetness something that we perceive as subjective human beings, or is wetness an actual reality? Because wetness is a subjective conscious perception. It's part of qualia. It's not part of the actual
but
thing.
Yeah, but you get my point, right? My point
is
because
that's the whole point. Look, so if I pick up my phone, or a better example would be this pen. If I pick up this pen and I say, okay, what are the properties of this pen? And you'll tell me, okay, it has a size, it has a shape, it has a weight, and it's yellow. Yeah. That yellowness is qualia. Yeah. That yellowness is not something inherent in the property of the material, nor is it inherent in the property of my mind, of my neurons. It is something that it does not exist as a physical state, and is not reducible to the physical state. So the idea of wetness or yellow or red or our conscious experience of the world, this is what we call qualia, and they're not properties which are reducible to the material.
So do you
for example,
that,
how would you explain to someone who is blind that the pen is yellow?
Yeah, I get that. So are you saying that the non-conscious materials cannot generate consciousness? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Actually, that's a question to you. Can non-sentient become sentient?
Yeah, I was going to say, just on this point, though, this is what Professor David Chalmers believes. Professor David Chalmers coined the term the hard problem of consciousness, and he believes everything is conscious. Panpsychism, it's called. Everything has to have a level of consciousness, because he says it's irreducible. It has to be taken as something that's irreducible to anything material. So everything has to be conscious to him. Even the electron has to be conscious, a proto-consciousness. Sorry, Hashim, I stopped you then. No,
it's okay. I mean, I was just adding to the point that you made. So the question to you, Mahesh, would be like, how did sentient, because you seem to be more as believing in scientism and the material physical world and not the metaphysical. Am I correct?
So again, when we look at the definition of metaphysical and physical things, I see a problem defining these things, because what would you define something as being metaphysical, right? So for example, if
something that is immaterial, something immaterial like your consciousness, for example, do you think you can observe your consciousness in a lab or somewhere?
No, we cannot.
But you have it, right?
I know. Yep, that's right.
Do you have any empirical evidence for your consciousness?
So that's why I'm saying, right, I'm not someone who will only accept the empirical evidences. I'm open to other forms of evidences. But
so this is a form of evidence.
Sure, but my argument is that at this moment, so that is what my understanding is. So at this moment, I don't think we understand everything about consciousness. Scientists are still studying it. So, maybe in the future...
Mahesh, this is not a problem of science. This is not something that, we've got a gap in our scientific knowledge, and then in the future we will be able to work it out. Consciousness and things like qualia, our conscious experience of things, they're called indescribable. This is what they're called. They're called indescribable, which is what Hashim said. He said, how would you explain the color yellow to a person who's blind from birth? And you can't, because indescribable. Yeah. That's what qualia is. Now science, when we look at things of the universe, material things, they're called describable, which means that even if I've not directly experienced something, so for example, if you've not directly experienced my mobile phone as an example, and I told you, it weighs X amount of weight, you will understand that quality of weight. You will understand what it means to say it has an X quality of weight. So that's describable. So physical things are describable. Conscious qualia is not describable. And that means, and that's because consciousness is a first-person subjective experience, whereas science only deals with third-person objective analysis. That's why there's an imbridgeable gap between having science and materialism explain consciousness. It's not a problem of science, basically.
Okay, so
I'll maybe give you one example. I'll give you one more example on this. Morse code. If I've never experienced Morse code, would I be able to know? And I don't know anything about Morse code. Would I be able to understand the meaning of Morse code?
Yeah.
Just by looking at it, studying it, would I be able to understand it?
Yeah. So I'm understanding.
No, you wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't be able to know.
Agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Cool, what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, right? My main so as an agnostic, right? My main so consciousness is one aspect of it. My second what do you say, argument about
Mahesh, can you just hold one sec, because there's a comment that I want to respond to, because somebody said color can be described by its wavelength. Wavelength doesn't tell me what the experience of color is.
Yes, that's right. Because someone can
so wavelength is that third person objective analysis science can tell us about, but the experience of yellow cannot be understood. So if a person was blind from birth and he knew the wavelength of all of the colors, he would not know what it means to perceive yellow or red or green or blue. Okay, sorry, I wanted to respond to that guy.
In other words, if someone can perceive one wavelength as a green, the other person can perceive it as yellow, right? So there is that
you could have that. It's indescribable. And not just that, the wavelength. If I know everything about photons of light and wavelength and all that type of thing, energy, it would not tell me anything about what it would be perceived as if I was blind from birth. I would not know what it is. So
I want to make
I think hard problem of consciousness. Look, the issue is this, Mahesh, is that sometimes there's two things I want to mention on this point about hard problem of consciousness. The first thing is that all the evidence that we have right now all suggest, even if you want to claim there's gaps in our knowledge, but all the evidence right now seems to suggest it's not built upon material. Secondly, so that's the first point. So even if I'm just a reasonable person, like you said, knowledge, the weight of evidence, is more probable than improbable. So the weight of evidence now is that it's, just on your example, your contention, is that it's more probable that consciousness cannot be explained by materialism because we can't explain it. Yeah, and we've tried to explain it, for decades, in fact centuries. This whole discussion, so it's not like a small discussion, but certainly even in the time and era of neuroscience and brain imaging, we've still not been able to answer this question. So the second issue is that there is this in principle problem of being able to have consciousness being reducible to the physical material.
Sure.
Yeah, using things like emergent properties doesn't explain anything. It's like me saying I've got a bottle and I rub the side of the bottle and then what emerges from it is a genie. It doesn't explain. Yeah,
sure.
So
how the
material causes that.
Yeah, so if I agree, right, if I agree that God is conscious, so this is the question which I would say is my main question, or the question which I most struggle with, which is that if God is conscious, how do we know that God communicated with Muhammad or Prophet Muhammad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the evidence which we see is primarily revolves around the testimonies.
Yeah.
So testimony is the main evidence which is presented, but the problem which I see with that is you cannot take every testimony at its face value. If you want to trust on testimonies, they have to be falsifiable testimonies, right? And the kind of testimonies which are presented by Muslims, they are unfalsifiable testimonies. So this is
not unfalsifiable testimonies. See, look. Do you believe that the World War I occurred?
Yeah, based on the falsifiable testimonies. Yeah.
How's it falsifiable?
Because I can see if I decide to do, I can go ahead and look for the evidences to see.
But hold on, Mahesh. You already believe it occurred.
But that is because I know that those claims are based on the unfalsifiable.
How do you know? You
haven't not falsified it.
How do you know?
You've not
You haven't done the
falsified
research
it
yourself, so how do you know?
Yeah, exactly. How would you know? Hashim's made a brilliant point, because the only way you think it's falsifiable is through testimonial evidence.
It's the same thing with regards to your parents.
No,
your parents told you that you're their child, but you haven't actually observed any evidence, any DNA evidence or something, but you already believe it.
Exactly. So this is where it comes to the point of belief versus knowledge, right?
Okay, so do you know that you're their child, or do you believe you're their child?
Mahesh, I can give you numerous examples. I can ask you the question: who painted the Mona Lisa?
Yeah.
Do you believe it was Leonardo da Vinci?
I mean, yeah, based on the falsifiable testimonies.
Right? How's it falsifiable?
I said that I believe it. I didn't say that I know it, right? I said I believe it.
What do you mean
by
that? So you're basically saying that the probability of evidence is less for the fact that it could be Leonardo da Vinci, is more for the fact that it could not be Leonardo da Vinci, because that's how you define belief.
What I'm saying is I believe it because at the moment I haven't taken efforts to kind of verify it. So since I haven't taken efforts to verify it, the probability that it may turn out to be false are high from my perspective. That's what I'm saying.
Who built the Taj Mahal?
Shah Jahan did.
Right. Do you believe that? Or do you know it? Do you believe it or know it?
I believe.
You don't know it?
I don't know it. Yeah, I believe.
I think, unfortunately, that's going to be the same answer for
do you believe the moon landings? Do you believe the moon landings?
I believe it, but I don't know it.
You don't have the lifespan to research everything. So everything is a belief in your life. Do you not realize that,
Mahesh? Necessarily, right? Not necessarily. So, there are some things which I know for sure because, I have taken efforts to verify the evidences.
Like
so
what?
There are some things in my life.
Like what? Sorry. Which one? Give me an example.
Right? I know that my parents are my parents because I have done DNA test.
Please tell me you didn't do DNA test because you thought they weren't your parents or you didn't know.
No. That wasn't the case. No, that wasn't the case.
That's fine. Alhamdulillah. That's good. I just thought maybe. Okay. So how do you know the DNA test we're actually correct.
Yeah.
I mean, so this is where we need to be reasonable. And
exactly. This is what I'm saying, Mahesh. You need to
come
be
back
reasonable.
to testimony at the end, after all the empirical
being
evidence, you come back
yeah,
to testimony.
Hashim's correct.
Testimony
I don't think
of the
you're being
lab.
reasonable. Yeah.
Exactly.
If you're turning around and saying, well, I don't know if the moon landings occurred, if I don't know if the world is round, I don't know because I don't know if World War I occurred, I don't know if Leonardo da Vinci painted the Mona Lisa, I don't know if Taj Mahal was built.
So do you believe that? Sorry. So do you believe that Prophet Muhammad split the moon in half? Do you believe?
Yes, but that's a separate discussion now.
Once you believe in God, once you believe in the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, the testimonies, all this then becomes more reasonable. It makes sense to you. But when earlier I asked you the very purpose of your existence, you were unsure of. You said it's subjective. You said it is to go and help someone. So every morning when you wake up, you said, "Oh, hold on, for my life to have any value, I need to go and help someone." Is that what you think every morning when you wake up?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so that is a purpose. When you say you help someone, that is your purpose. Everything else is secondary. Is that right?
Not necessarily. You can have multiple purposes.
So that's not your main purpose then. Remember, I asked you what was your main purpose in life.
So main purpose is to help someone. Yeah, that's the main purpose. But people can have secondary.
So everything else takes a second place. Am I right? Your family, your work, your job, your career, all that is secondary. But you have to go and help maybe someone who is hungry, maybe someone who is disabled. You see, it causes a lot of issues.
Not necessarily, right?
In your own epistemology, because you're not even certain about your own self, your own consciousness, your purpose.
What I said was
subjective.
No, sorry. What I said was my main purpose was to add value, right? So there are like different ways of adding value.
Yeah, but add value based on whose understanding?
My own understanding. In the world where there is no God, that all becomes subjective.
Yeah, no. You said add value. You said it's from my own understanding. That's subjective.
Exactly. So we are agreeing on that.
How can you say the world considered that as valuable? When you say add value to the world, it's from your own perspective.
Exactly.
You might be damaging the world.
We are on the same page, right?
In reality, you might be damaging the world.
Yeah.
It could be. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Anyway,
what I'm saying is,
I think we will not.
What I'm saying is that's the consequence, right? So that's the consequence of living in a world where there is no God and where you cannot. Yeah, that's the consequence.
Mahesh, I agree. I think Hashim wants to move on because I think it's getting a bit late.
We spend a lot of time. We give you a lot of time, Mahesh.
Mahesh, I just want to make a point just really quickly. Look, Mahesh, if you see belief in a creator and atheism, they're not comparable because they cause belief in atheism, particularly under a materialistic paradigm, causes many problems for an individual. Yeah. So, for example, he lacks purpose, real purpose. He lacks the ability to choose because his mental states are just composed of material that's interacting with physical laws. And so, therefore, his choices are just determinate upon neurons and physical interactions of law. So he loses that. If he loses the ability to choose, he loses the ability to be a moral agent. So he can't say, my purpose is to do X, because he can't make up his purpose because it's determined for him, and he can't make up he can't decide what's good or bad or being kind to a person because again that's determined for him. So he loses that. He loses the ability to talk about where consciousness comes from because, as we said, consciousness is irreducible. So what I'm saying, Mahesh, I think what we've agreed upon that is there is a God that is conscious, which is great. I think we've also generally looked at this point about testimonial evidence. From an Islamic point of view, testimonial evidence is not just like one individual, said something. When we look at the testimonial evidence of the Prophet, peace be upon him, we're looking at multiple chains of communication such that groups from groups or generations to generations are explaining and witnessing the same event and then explaining it to the next generation what they witnessed, until there becomes multiple lines. Like, for example, I've never been to China, but I believe it exists. No, I believe it. The word belief, by the way, doesn't mean what you mean. When you say knowledge, you actually use knowledge is in one way is defined as justified true beliefs. Yeah. So I know that China exists, even though I've never been there, because multiple testimonies. It's impossible for me to think that people collectively lied upon this particular issue. So we have testimonial evidence on that level when it comes to the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Yeah, multiple attestation of it. And even if we didn't have that, we have the hadith sciences, which are very clear and very rigorous in terms of being able to determine. And we can have a whole discussion on that. But the final thing is this, is that we actually have the Quran today. And the challenge to meet the Quran in terms of its linguistic style, meaning, yeah, is open today. Yeah, so you have that ability, and you know, you can investigate the meaning of the Quran. Could it have known certain facts that, you know, were when it was revealed 1400 years ago, the type of information that it contains about Christianity and Judaism and the previous prophets, and its intimate knowledge of the New Testament, which is mentioned within the Quran. You know, all of these things, you'd have to add these things up and say, okay, does that make sense? Does it make sense that this could come from a human being? So we have multiple lines. Yeah, testimonial evidence is only one evidence. Yeah, but testimonial evidence I don't use to say, okay, the moon split because of testimonial evidence, therefore I believe in it. That's not how me personally individually approach it, because I don't know whether the testimonial evidence have reached a sufficient number such that we can call it mutawatir. We can say it's ahad and we can trust it, etc. But we have to have a very high bar when it comes to determining the basis of our belief. Yeah. But we do have testimonial evidences about the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, in multiple attestations, including the fact that he faced difficulties and aggression by the Quraysh, who wanted to wipe him out and his deen out. And from that, we can conclude certain facts about whether the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a liar, whether he was just, you know, under the spell of the devil, or insane, or whatever it is, or truthful. We can come to that conclusion, as well as conclusion by analyzing the Quran today. Yeah.
So may I know how frequently do you organize these sessions? I'd like to join the further sessions if you schedule it frequently.
We have our live streams every Thursday. I don't know how often the TAP has it.
Oh, we don't really.
If you guys are not having it very often now.
Bring him to Hamza's den, maybe. Only joking.
Even Hamza's den has been, because I think he was in well recently.
He's not been well, no. Hamza, you know, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give him shifa.
At DawahWise, we have our sessions every Thursday. So you're welcome to join us again, Brother Mahesh. Yeah.
Sure. So thank you, guys.
All right.
Appreciate you coming on here.
Take care.
Yeah? Hashim, can I read this comment out, because this is, I think it just sums up the point. You know, so I think it's Dr. MGL. He said DNA test is based on testimony of the lab. I think a few people made that point, and that's the point that we were making as well, which is that even if somebody turns around and says, the DNA test proves that these are my parents, well, it's the testimony of the lab you're still relying upon.
I didn't mention that. It's a testimony. It boils down to testimony at the end. Yeah. Jazakallah khair. Right. So we have got RS Sid next.
Hi, Mr. Hashim. Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Hello. How are you doing? Where are you joining us from today?
I'm somewhere in forest, mate.
Somewhere in the forest. Okay, no problem. You got something to ask us? Something on your mind?
Mr. This is how I look like.
Okay, nice.
I've got nothing to hide. My questions are going to be honest, and I hope, with Alhamdulillah, I hope that I get proper answers as well. But there will be no.
Are you a Muslim, Sid?
There will be no insults, nothing, proper, no ignorance, nothing like that. Proper questions and answers, so that we can come to a conclusion what is right, what is wrong, Mr. Hashim. And another thing, Mr. Hashim, I respect you very much.
Thank you. What about Sharif? You respect him as well?
Putting you together with Mansur, with Adnan, and with few others guys, and please, Hamza's den. Hamza, I've got no. I'm sorry to say this. I'm also a Muslim brother. I took my shahada when Adnan said that, and I want to discuss that as well with you, if it's all right with you.
Oh, mashallah. So you are a Muslim, yeah? Alhamdulillah. That's good.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Yes, I am.
Okay. So what's on your mind today?
Okay, I'll switch this off now at the moment. Yeah.
It's
So that because whenever anybody comes here, I tell you what, the reason Hamza says this, that everybody comes here so that he knows who is talking, and you do not need porcupines to come here and start talking crap and not knowing who they are. So I've come very clean, and this is who I am. My name is Rashid. Period. So now I'll speak, and I will respect his brother Mohammad can come as well online.
Okay.
Thank you, Giza.
Go on. What's on your mind today then? You got something to ask us?
Yeah. My first question is this, yeah. What is Islam and what is a religion?
I thought you were a Muslim.
Yeah. That's what. Please do not, Hamza. I know you very well. So my question,
so you don't know this that well.
My question is this: what is Islam and what is religion, as far as Islam is concerned?
Okay, so in simple terms, Islam is a submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator, the one true God, the only true God. And religion is, if you follow his do's and don'ts, the deen, that is the religion, in simple terms.
Yeah, 100% I agree with that.
Okay, good.
How do I know what I'm following is right?
How do you know what you're following is? What are you following?
Yeah, I'm following Islam at the moment.
Okay, why is that?
At the same time, I have got a lot of questions.
No, I know that. You said you're following Islam. I want to know why are you following Islam?
I'll tell you what happened. Okay, this is the off the record. I'll tell you, I got married.
Okay.
I was.
By the way, you're on live stream, so it's not off the record.
No. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, not that I really bother about this. I
just thought I'll let you know in case you don't know.
All right. You want that? Yeah. All right. Listen, I was a Sikh. I believe in Baba Nanak. And Baba Nanak was a Muslim. I know that as well.
Really? Okay.
Yep, 100%. I've done a lot of research. So, coming back to the facts is, I have followed a lot of things. My wife, she's a Muslim, but she is Shia.
Okay.
So now I've got a daughter as well, and one of my kids passed away, committed suicide. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. That's a past. Yeah, and thank you to Dr. Zakir Naik. He did that. So I'm not going to get deep into that because everybody I think knows about this issue, what I'm talking about. For at the moment, what my question is this: why is it Shia is not Muslims, Sunnis are? Why?
Okay, so what you said your wife was Shia. What do you consider yourself? Because you said you're a Muslim. Where do you stand?
My stand is this: I believe in Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, so do the Shia.
Was he a Shia?
No, I said so do the Shia. The Shia also believe in the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
But they believe in 12 Imams.
No, I'm asking you, where do you stand? Are you a Sunni or a Shia? What do you consider yourself?
I do not know, Hashim. I swear to God, I do not know.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm still reading.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
This.
Sid, because there are a lot of people waiting, I want you to ask your best question or the question that's troubling you the most, and inshallah we'll deal with that. How about that?
Yeah, all right then. I think you were on the panel when I accepted Islam. It was Hamza's den.
Okay.
And Brother Adnan did that to me. Why did Brother Adnan lie to me?
Sorry, why did he?
Lied to me.
Lie to you? Or
he lied to me. Everybody is listening. He lied to me to tell me. And the thing is that if you want to kick me out, you can kick me out. But I'm going to be very honest.
Okay, so Brother Adnan is not here. So maybe you want to take it up when Adnan is on the panel so you can respond. Because to be honest, I don't remember when this conversation happened. I was not
I thought I recognized you, 𝗺𝗺 because I think I was on that stream too.
Oh, were you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you came on and you
Brother
said
Sharif,
you've got
brother
questions. People have
Sharif.
not been able to answer it. So what did Adnan lie to you about? So really quick,
okay.
I'm just curious now.
All right. Yeah. What my question was this? Yeah, because I had an issue based on the fact that about Islam. I said that Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he got his wahyu in Gua Hira.
Okay.
When he got his wahyu in Gua Hira, and what happened is that Jibril came, he asked him to read the hymns, and then he cuddled him 3 times, and at the end, Nabi Muhammad went back home to Khadijah.
Yeah.
When he went to Khadijah, he said, just give me a blanket, I want to sleep. This is in Sahih Muslim, Sahih Hadith, everything, yeah? So this was my question too. So when he went there and all that, and then Khadijah said, what happened? And Khadijah, after that, went and asked 𝗁𝗂𝗁. 𝗁𝗂𝗁 was at the time writing about, in Arabic, he was writing. So basically, 𝗁𝗂𝗁 was the guy who said, oh, Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he spoke to Jibril. Who was 𝗁𝗂𝗁 to confirm that that was Jibril? Please let me finish my statement. After this, who was 𝗁𝗂𝗁? Was 𝗁𝗂𝗁 given the rights to say that, that was Jibril? And the thing is that after that, when 𝗁𝗂𝗁 said that, and Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he sat there, and then eventually whatever happened. So what is in my mind is that Islamic religion was started by 𝗁𝗂𝗁.
How's it
How did you reach that conclusion?
𝗁𝗂𝗁.
Okay.
Look, 𝗺𝗺 said, you've asked your question.
No,
you made
one, Mr. Sharif, Brother Sharif.
I want to understand the lie that you attributed to Brother Adnan.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah,
which part is a lie?
Yeah. And then the thing is that when I asked Adnan, Brother Adnan, I said, is it right that 𝗁𝗂𝗁 had the rights to confirm? Who gave him the rights to confirm that it was Jibril? He said this. You can check it again. He said this. He was given the right by Almighty that was Jibril. But who is 𝗁𝗂𝗁 to confirm? He was not even a Muslim.
Okay, so let me explain that. I don't know. I can't remember what happened months and months ago. Yeah. So, but you have to be wary about accusing people of lying. Yeah, brother, because it could be the case that he was mistaken. Adnan could be the mistake.
I'm sorry about that.
It could be. So it could be the case that you misunderstood him as well. Yeah, so there's a lot of different potential variables. So lying is a very serious accusation against a brother who's, well known and well loved by many Muslims and done a lot of great service for
I
the
take
Dawah.
my words back, yeah? Mr. Sharif,
So
Brother
that's
Sharif,
the
I
first
take
thing.
my words back. I say sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Alhamdulillah. The second thing is this, is look, 𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝗁, he died very shortly after the Prophet first received the revelation. So he couldn't be the person who wrote the Quran. He couldn't be the person who informed the Prophet. It had to be from the angel Gabriel by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this was revelation. Because the very same hadith that you're quoting from about 𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝗁 talk about how he died shortly afterwards. The second issue is that there were certain people in Meccan society who were known as the Hanifs, the Hunafa.
Yep.
I don't know if you heard of this.
Yeah.
So they believed in oneness of God, and they believed that they were following the millah of Ibrahim alayhi salam. Yeah. So these are the people, I think there was 4 key ones, and 𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝗁𝗂𝗁 was one of them. So, it's not the case that this person was a disbeliever, in the sense that he was a pagan or he rejected. He believed in one God, and he was following the guidance at that time he knew of. And then when the Prophet ﷺ came, he followed him. Or he said he would love to reach an old age, or reach an age when he could sacrifice his life by following Prophet ﷺ out of Mecca when they kicked him out. So the very same hadith that you're quoting from are referring to this. Now, for me, 𝗪-𝗁, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know the specific isnad of these particular hadith. Yeah, I don't think they're in Bukhari Muslim. Wallahu alam. Maybe Hashim can confirm, but I don't think they're in that. But however, what I would say is this: if we take the face value of these narrations to be true, to me, it exemplifies the honesty and truthfulness of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Let's take the opposite example. If the Prophet was lying about prophethood, if he was seeking some sort of material benefit, why would he express his confusion? Why would he be unsure initially after the first meeting? Because one meeting, isn't it? If an angel came to me, my first thought would be, what's going on? Yeah,
exactly.
That's a natural human response from a person who's sincere. Yeah. Later on, Angel Jibreel alayhi salam, came to the Prophet sallam, explained what the situation was, explained revelation, explained who he was, explained Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had sent him, etc., to confirm things for him. So yes, 𝗺𝗂𝗶𝗺𝗶𝗺𝗹𝗺 said from his reading of the old, the previous scriptures, that this was Angel Gabriel, because Angel Gabriel is the one that sent the revelation. And
but
that
who gave him the right to do that?
No, because he knew the character.
His experience of
experience.
reading his scriptures.
And he also knows the character of the Prophet, peace be upon him. He knows that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, before he was a prophet, he was known as the trustworthy, truthful one. And just think about this point. A trustworthy, truthful one who's been trustworthy all of his life prior to revelation. He receives revelation. He comes to 𝗺𝗂𝗶𝗺𝗺𝗺, go, can you, what's going on? Yeah, if we accept these narrations.
Sorry.
At that point, 𝗪-𝗁,
Brother Sharif, but I need to speak as well, Brother Sharif.
Confirmation of prophethood.
Brother Sharif, can I say something? Because this is my confusion. So I hope that you and Brother Hashim can help me out on this. My question is this: when Nabi Muhammad he saw Jibril, nobody was there. He came and he said this to Khadija. Mother Khadija.
The Prophet Muhammad
went to one minute, please. She went to who is Waraka to confirm that was Jibril.
Let me answer that, Sharif, quickly. So,
Hashim, please.
𝗪-𝗁, you have asked this several times, and the answer, look, who was Waraka according to you? Who was he?
Yeah, exactly.
Who was he? What was his?
Waraka
what was he known for?
Was a Christian. He never became a Muslim. He was there.
No, I didn't ask if he's a Muslim or non-Muslim. I'm asking you, what do you know about Waraka? What was the major role that he played in the society?
I tell you what, he was rewriting Torah at that time in Arabic.
Okay, so who writes scriptures in Arabic? Is it normal lay people?
He was doing a translation.
Or is it a scholar of a particular religion? In this case, he was a Christian, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so if he came from that background, then a person who writes scriptures, they know the stories of the scriptures. So, for example, do you know the story of Zakaria?
Not really, no.
Okay, so this is where you have to look up things in both the Quran and in the New Testament as well. I think in the Gospel of Luke and also other Gospels, it mentions about Angel Jibreel coming to Zakaria and gives him by the way, Zakaria is quite old here. Yeah, he's age probably reaching 100 or something, nearly there. And he got the glad tidings that he and his wife, according to the Bible, Elizabeth, they will have a child called John. Now, obviously, Zakaria being like nearly 90, 100 years old, he's saying, how will I have a child? Yes, this is impossible. Okay. Listen, let me finish.
No,
let me finish, and then you'll understand why this is an important point. So
the important point is this: who gave the right? Who gave the right?
Oh my God! Please be patient.
When
you ask a question, you need to wait for the answer.
No, but the thing is that you are changing to Christianity now. I'm not interested in Christianity.
Okay, I think I have to mute you because you're not listening. Okay, so what I was saying is that because Waraka is a scholar of the Bible, he knows the stories and he knows that the angel Jibreel appeared not only to Prophet Muhammad in this scenario, but also to other messengers, like for example to Zakaria alayhi salam, and in the case of other prophets as well, when he brought the glad tidings, he appeared to them as a man, as a human. So this is not new for someone like the scholar of the Bible. He knew these things, being from the people of the book. So obviously, he's not just making things up like, oh, how did he know? You're saying, how did he know this was the case? So this was based on his knowledge from his scriptures. And that is how he said, okay, what Prophet Muhammad narrated to him about his experience, he can confirm that something similar happened to previous prophets and messengers as well. And that is how we concluded. So now you can speak, okay? Because it's only it becomes much more beneficial if we let each other speak rather than speaking on top of each other.
I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry about this. So no, the thing, as I said to you, Brother Shib, my confusion is this: I'm a Muslim today. I'm Islam, and I live in Middle East. I live in Indonesia.
I thought you just said Far East earlier.
Sorry.
Earlier you said Far East.
No, sorry, Far East, sorry, actually, not Middle East. Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and all that. I've got businesses there. I travel all the time. But you know what? My serious question, honest gospel, my serious question is this: how can somebody else confirm what Jibril said to Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
Okay. First, I want to know if you understood what I stated earlier.
Yeah, I understood.
Okay. Do you have any objection? Do you have any objection to that?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. What is the objection of Waraka knowing about Angel Jibril coming to other prophets and messengers in the past?
Yeah,
what is the objection?
Okay. My objection is that why Waraka is not spoken as he is the norm. He's the person who can decide this.
No, you didn't understand the question. What is your objection to Waraka's knowledge that Jibril appeared to other prophets and messengers based on his scripture? What is your objection to that?
Because I don't believe in Waraka.
Okay, do you believe that there were other scriptures before the Quran?
Yes, 100%. But all the scriptures, one minute. All the scriptures before Waraka said, all the people who was nominated to be Nabi or to be, they had proof of 2 people or more.
No,
but Nabi Muhammad was on his own.
No,
the question
I think you've got a very Sid. I think you've got a different argument now.
Yeah.
You're trying to say that there's 2-3 people that confirmed that Prophet, peace be upon him, spoke to an angel. Is that what your argument is now? That they saw the angel and they saw the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and they saw all this incident occur. Is that your
nobody saw it. That's my question. No, sorry.
Right, so it's got nothing to do with 𝗺𝗂𝗶𝗺𝗏𝗧. So Sid, let me explain very briefly.
If you ask a question, let me answer.
You answered it. You're not.
1 minute, bro. Please. One question of mine. After this, I'll keep quiet. I'll keep mouth shut. Who was there to prove that Jibril spoke to Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Other than Nabi Muhammad,
Brother Sharif, let me quickly answer that. Because look, Sid, you keep saying you're a Muslim.
Yes, 100% I am.
Okay. Do you believe in the Quran?
My daughter is a Muslim. My wife is a Muslim.
That's fine. Do you believe in the Quran?
Oh, very difficult question, man. I'm not going to say
yes. Why is it very difficult for a Muslim? Sharif, do you believe in the Quran?
Yes.
You see, that's how quickly you should answer if you're a Muslim. But unless and until you have doubts in the Quran itself, then you're not a Muslim because you don't accept the Quran. Then rejecting the Quran is one of the things in Iman. You know what are the 6 pillars of Iman? Okay, do you know the 5 pillars of Islam? Let's see if you know that.
Yeah, not 6, 5 actually. Yeah.
No, the 6 pillars of Iman and 5 pillars of Islam. Exactly. What are the 5 pillars of Islam?
Brother Hashim, let's not go there. Let's
no, but we have to, because if you are claiming that you're a Muslim and you doubt the Quran, then by default,
so you take me out from my doubts.
Ask me questions. Not you. I'm asking you a straight off question. Do you believe in the Quran? And you said it's a very difficult question.
Yeah, very difficult
All right,
question.
Sid, we just want to know what your level of knowledge is and what your level of sincerity in this conversation, because we don't know you. We don't know where you're from. You don't know what your real name is. We've seen your face, yeah, that's fine. But we get a lot of people that come in on pretending that they're Muslim and then giving false arguments, and we're wasting our time because they're not being sincere from the start. So we just
If you
want to
don't
know,
believe in the
do you
Quran,
know the
I can
five
tell you
pillars of
straight
Islam?
away that you cannot be a Muslim, because one of the major things in Islam is to believe in Allah, the Rasul, and that includes the Quran, because this information is only known from the Quran. Yes?
And the books,
so my friend,
yeah.
please go and re-examine your Shahada, because your Shahada without this element of belief in the Quran is lacking.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
All right. So let's discuss with these main things, which problems you have with regards to the Quran, because I think you probably have a lot of questions.
He's going to have loads of questions, Hashim.
So why don't you come back on another stream, and maybe I'll tell you what, write down the specific questions you have, that why you have doubts in the Quran, what is it that you don't believe in the Quran before you claim you're a Muslim.
Okay, so I will leave with one question that Brother Sharif said just now.
Yeah, we don't want a hit and run, one question.
No.
What was his question? What's his question? I'm curious.
Okay, my one question. If a child dies in Islamic religion condition, is he going to heaven or hell? A child,
So
a baby.
If he dies before the age of being mature mentally and physically, then we believe that he goes to heaven. Majority believes that he goes to heaven. Yeah.
So if I prove you wrong, then what?
Okay.
Brother Sharif,
so you've asked me the question. You said you only had one question. We've asked that.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, if I prove you wrong,
I'll tell you what. Why don't you come on the next stream and try to prove
we'll do that.
Sharif
All right.
wrong?
But Brother Sharif, you lied.
Or you can.
How have I lied?
Stop using that accusation.
No. I tell you what, Brother Sharif, you lied, because in Hadith, Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did say this. Yeah. Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did say that. 1 minute. Let me finish my statement.
Oh, don't say I lied. Look,
when he was with Aisha, there was a baby who died.
I cannot be bothered speaking to somebody who doesn't know the 6 pillars of Iman or the 5 pillars of Islam and then accuses me of lying.
See you next time. Thank you. Because the thing is, you're absolutely right. A person who doesn't have faith even in the Quran and tries to dig up hadiths and asking questions which are not fundamental even, you need to first understand your fard, your obligation, which is to believe in the Quran. And you're going and beating about the bush with regards to the hadiths with waraqah and so on. I mean, you got your priorities completely messed up. So please go and re-examine your iman, if there is any sincerity in you, and then come and talk to us, because to be honest, that didn't settle well from the way it went about. Right. So Sion, I'm going to bring you in next. The reason is because you got your camera on. Oh, sorry, Sayed is there before him. So Sayed, you want to keep your camera on? I'm going to bring you in next, inshallah. Okay, good. Right.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
Hope you guys are doing well. I don't know how you guys deal with such idiots.
Well,
I don't
it's
have
like in a society, you live in a society where you have all sorts of people. You still have to live in that society. You don't have to deal with them directly, but we don't know who they are until we speak to them,
So anyway, I don't have a particular question. I just need to get your opinion on that. From my perspective, right now we are on the peak of secular liberalism when it comes to our ummah. So where does Islam goes from here? For like you see, the leaders of Islam, so-called leaders of Islam, Saudi, or even you can say Pakistan, we know where they are headed to. Like from Halloweens to imprisoning the latest case of imprisoning Salah al-Talib, then fashion shows and all. Then we move on to Pakistan, which is completely driven towards LGBTQ. So I just want to know where we go from over here. as
Okay,
Islam,
so first and foremost, who told you they are our leaders?
Yeah, that's what I say, so-called leaders, because when
No,
we
but
look
who,
at
even so-called, who made them the leaders of the Muslims? These are
no
countries.
yeah.
These are independent countries who have their
Yeah.
own laws, who have their own tradition and culture, like every other country out there. So please, brother, when you say our so-called leaders or even our leaders, it doesn't apply. For us, we follow whom? We follow Allah and the Rasul. So it doesn't matter who is out there. Okay, they are not with the leaders of the Ummah. Okay, unless they establish themselves as a Khalif or something. That's a different thing. So yeah, there are problems in the Ummah, no doubt about it. Yes, and I think this probably all is something that the Prophet ﷺ told us about the signs of the Akhirah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be huge in numbers, and we'll be devoured like the wolves on. I mean, even though we might be huge in numbers, so it's something that the Prophet ﷺ already prophesied 1400 years ago. So tell me something new.
So yeah, one more thing I want to add over here is what I have written in the chat. Actually, this dawah you guys actually are doing. So I think we as Muslims, we have to bring this dawah towards the Muslim countries right now, because the state the Muslim countries are in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, dawah is not for the non-Muslims only.
Yeah.
Dawah is invitation to the haqq, to the deen, for everyone, and specifically Muslims. Our first priority. It's like, when your house is burning and your family is going to be impacted, and your neighbor's house is also burning. What's your priority? To save your people first, isn't it? Because that's the natural reaction. Anyone, even if you're not a believer, even if you're not believing in God, that would be your natural reaction. So yes, I mean, the Muslims are in dire need of dawah, just like the non-Muslims are. So yes, they are both. I think they're both important, and the priority lies with the Muslims, obviously, because what is already in our hands, what is already within our, they're already Muslims. We want to save them and not let them go to the dark side to become disbelievers.
I think. The previous program we did on spirituality, Sheikh Abdul Rahim Green said something quite interesting. He said, look, a lot of the problems stem from the fact that people have started to believe in superstition over religion. Or, he sort of said something to that effect. And I think this, for me, is, probably the biggest disease, where people still claim Islam, but in fact, in their practice and how they believe things happen, they believe in other forces, and like going to graves and praying in different ways, and I think that is actually the bigger disease. That's actually the bigger problem, because they wear the garb of a Muslim. You see them and they look Muslim, but in fact their iman, their aqidah is messed up. And I think this is the source in many cases of the real problem, because once you go on that road, you can believe anything. You can believe anything. And of course, Shaitan is waiting there at the end of that road to make you believe anything. And so I think, that's the real dawah, Akhi. That's the real dawah, which is we need to make sure that we fix our aqidah and we fix our understanding of Islam before we start really sort of trying to sort of say, are we following the right Islam? Is sort of make sure we understand that. That would be my two cents there.
Yeah, this question was kind of personally driven from my side. After one of my friends, very close friends, have been brought down to the secular liberalism, and he has just gone astray towards calling himself agnostic right now. So it kind of affected me. Before that, I was just kind of a secluded guy, praying, fasting, and all. Then after seeing what happened to my friend, I was like, yeah, what's the chances that it will not happen to the future generations of mine? So I just want to bring
just can I just answer as well? Just look, there we might see the outward aspects of different societies, you know, what hits the news, yeah? And what may hit the news might be perceived as this wash of liberalization crossing the Muslim world, yeah? And it doesn't help that some of the people that are in charge of these media outlets are liberals, so they have an agenda that they want to push this. But what we find in the Muslim world consistently is a high degree of support for Islam. Yeah, there was a poll done is a while ago. I can't remember who did the poll, but they asked questions. You want to see the strict application of the Sharia law? And in vast majority of countries, over 2/3 said yes. Yeah, we're talking about 70%, 80%. Some countries are 90%. Yeah, Lebanon was the lowest, but it has a lot of Druze and Christians and Maronite Christians that exist there as well, and it's a very small country. But the point being is that when we have ever seen Muslims given a choice in the Muslim world, they've always tended to choose the Islamic option, even in Pakistan. Yeah, or what they're perceived as the Islamic option. It happened with Egypt. Yeah, it happened with Tunisia. Yeah, we've seen it with other countries in the Muslim world. They always choose Islam because the natural sentiments of the Muslims has always been strongly in favor of Islam, and not the liberalism that we see in the West. Yeah. Now, it doesn't mean that certain people are not affected by this. There will be Muslims in the Muslim world affected by this because there is an agenda. And it's very sad that you said your friend has become an agnostic. But, you know, the only thing that you can do is learn about your own religion, as Mohammad said, understand its basis, understand its grounding. And through the streams that we're doing today, if you listen to the beginning of this part of the stream where we discussed it in a bit more detail, we wanted to show the incoherency and the lack of foundation that liberalism actually has. Yeah. So, you know, this is the key point. Now, the point here is that we need guidance as human beings. You know, this is what we desire, whether we're Muslim or non-Muslim, we desire guidance. Yeah. Liberalism doesn't offer that. Secularism doesn't offer that. Agnosticism definitely doesn't offer that. And so it makes more sense just from a pragmatic point of view to adhere to the guidance that Islam gives, because it's the only religion that claims to be from the divine. And secondly, is the only religion that has a comprehensive system of how to live your life. Yeah. Gives you real guidance. Yeah. So I think, you know, be strong and firm by studying and learning your religion, inshallah.
And but so make dua for your friend. Always, I mean, when you do salah, make dua for him that Allah guides him back.
Yeah, I just want to end over here. Just a small thing, actually, what he uses as an argument is about the free will. What he says is, if God has given us a free will, then why does he judge us on what we choose? Like, he has predetermined what is good and evil, but you say that he has given us a free will. Then when I go and choose upon that free will the bad one, you say you have chosen the bad one. I think I put it in a correct way, if you guys understood that.
Yeah, no, I understood it, but you know what it is? The problem with these types of questions is that if God exists, I would expect God to do X. You know, it's like, look, how do you? I said it with a couple of callers before. I said, how does that make rational sense to make that the basis of your rejection or affirmation of the belief in a creator? To say that if God exists, I would expect God to do X. When you're talking about an unlimited, eternal, independent creator that's not comparable to anything within creation, how are you going to be able to understand in that context? So it's not rational. We start from our level and we conclude the existence of the creator, and then we conclude the Quran is a revelation. That's what we can. And we have epistemic limits. We have limits in our ability to know things. Yeah, that's just the reality of human beings. But you know, there's various possible arguments people can give. People could give the fact that free willing agents that freely will to come to their relationship and submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a greater good than a being that had no free will. So if God wanted to create the greatest good, this would be the greater good to have a free willing agent coming willingly with his own free will to belief in and submission to the creator. You know, so there's various arguments people can use as possible arguments, but ultimately that foundation of those arguments, they come from people, in my experience, who are looking for excuses not to believe. Yeah, because they're not valid. They're just not a valid way to look at and approach these types of questions.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair, everyone. Thank you very much again. Yeah, I just want to give my greetings to Brother Hijab. Actually, I'm his big fan. Just Assalamu alaikum, Brother Hijab, if you see this. And thank you very much. Jazakallah khair.
No problem.
Okay, Sean. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, brothers. How are you?
Very good. You've been waiting such a long time, and I know you're down under. How are you doing?
It's all good, brother. Just out doing the school uniforms for the kids.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Very good. Very good. So what's on your mind this week?
No, just going back to probably bring the discussion back to the topic at hand. Liberalism in itself. It's astounding that our leaders, if you want to call them that, at this present time, even just in the distant past, don't realize the further and further they go back or go away from God itself, the worse off they end up. I mean, I came across an interview Jordan Peterson said, and it's basically, if you go back and look at all the major empires at their time, they basically ended up devouring themselves from the inside out. And it is literally the way society today is going. And I'm astounded that they don't see it.
So you just broke up a little bit at the end, Sean, but I think the point that he was just making, Mohammed, so that you're clear, is that he's saying that the problem with societies is that they reach a certain level of peak and they start devouring themselves from the inside. And I think the point here is this, is that from the Muslim world perspective, we don't see the problems of the Muslim world is because of Islam, but rather we see the problem of the Muslim world is because, you know, there are certain aspects that we've left of Islam. And because we've left those aspects of Islam, you know, we have a solution to solve some of these problems. And the key solution would be to return back to Islam, you know, in terms of its complete application and complete submission. So I think if we do that, then we start to see some of the benefits. But even just now, many people, I think, many even non-Muslims, they can see certain aspects of the benefits when they visit the Muslim world. They see a very low crime rate. They see hospitality on a level they've never seen before. They see people who look after their parents. They see families that are coherent, and they see a community that exists that understands that they are there to respect each other and look after each other as well. So I think when even those ethics within Islam and in the Muslim world, they still exist in many parts of the Muslim world. So it's not like all doom and gloom in terms of the Muslim world. Yes, there are problems and there are ways to solve those problems, but it's not all doom and gloom.
Yeah, so we actually have one guest left in the back room. If you could switch on your camera, please. Final guest. Okay, we're not taking any more guests. This is actually the final guest. We are sorry, we've been on for much longer than we expected.
Assalamu alaikum. First
Wa alaikum salam.
Two questions.
I'm sorry, your mic is causing a lot of noise out, bro.
Now
we're getting a lot of Okay, I think it's gone now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so by the way, I'm from Morocco, so just for you to know. Second, I have two questions. The first question is that I want to know if there is any verse in the Bible where it mentions the prophet, or it indicates that that there will come a prophet, which is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, of course, who will be the last prophet among them all.
It's not really my area. I think Brother Hashim should be the one that talks about this. But what we can say is, look, number one, we don't know how trustworthy the documents are that the current translated Bible has. The second thing is there are a number of scholars that have looked into it, and there are some scholarly opinions out there on this question. And I'm not a scholar, so I can't answer that. But there is a Dr. Ali Altai, who did a recent program on another channel, Blogging Theology. I think you should go review that, where he discussed this in length and also explored some of the possible evidences that that from a scholarly perspective could indicate this. So that's all I could say. I don't know any more than that.
Okay. My second question is that we know that in a lot of Muslim countries, just like Morocco or Egypt or Saudi Arabia, I think we see a lot of phenomena that we didn't that are not from our Islam principles, like Halloween or like a lot of things. But on the other hand, we see that the Muslims that are for example, in London, they practice more seriously than the Muslims in the Muslim countries. So I want to know why there is this difference. Why the Muslim in the Muslim countries doesn't practice seriously like the Muslims in, for example, in London or France or something like that.
Shall I answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I think just really quickly, there's a Blogging Theology did a discussion with Ali Atay on the question that your first question, and he goes through Isaiah 42, which is he's well read. He reads Hebrew, I think Greek, Arabic, Muslim scholar. So he goes into that. So if you're interested in that particular discussion, you can go to that particular channel and check out Ali Atay, his topic on that. In terms of so maybe when you're living in Morocco and you look at the Western world and Muslims there, probably the perception in the media is always like the very hardcore fundamentalist Muslims, and so therefore the assumption is that all Muslims in the UK are these like really hardcore fundamentalist, Islamist type Muslims. Yeah, this is the term that they use. Yeah, but the reality is that the Muslims in the UK and the Western world suffer greatly from being infected by liberalism. There are problems with the fact that that Muslims are overrepresented in prisons. I think it's like 16 or something percent, 20%. 16 or something, maybe less than that. But yet Muslims are only about 6% of the population. Yeah, so. I don't mean it's 16%. It must be less than that actually, but it's overrepresented according to the population. However, there are indeed the fact that Muslims in the UK are probably perceptibly more religiously literate than compared to their first generation parents in certain cases. I don't know if Mohammed, you would agree upon that particular point. The fact that first generation Muslims that came to the country maybe were just economic migrants, didn't really maybe had a cultural association to Islam, but the second and third generation Muslims, some of them became very strong, and we have good strong pockets.
So what I would say there is, anecdotally, I think you're right. I think socially though, I think allowed for this to happen was created by that first generation.
Yeah, agreed.
Right.
Definitely, definitely. What I would say is this, but I think what it is, just on that point though, is that I agree. Yeah, they allowed that. They created the masajid. They developed the institutions that allowed that. But what happened with the second generation Muslims, which was different, and maybe this helps answer Ahmed's question, is we had to question our identity. Yeah, we have, because we're facing an environment which is so harsh and critical against Islam, or even if it's not openly critical against Islam, like in the 80s and 90s, it was very much trying to promote a Western secular lifestyle to the Muslims. So Muslims, certain Muslims within the community had to make a choice. Am I going to be Muslim? Yeah, or am I going to adopt the British way of life? Or in terms of the secular liberal, going out partying, going out clubbing. And so what happened is that Muslims had to question themselves. Some Muslims had to question themselves, and they became stronger because they had to do the research. Whereas if you're living in the Muslim world, sometimes things are, you don't see these frictions. These questions may not pop into your head. And therefore, maybe this element of this desire to study and understand Islam is not as critical in terms of, trying to make these decisions of identity. The second maybe point regards to this is that even when Muslims, like the second generation, third generation, they engaged in the haram activities, I think they experienced it. They've seen what some of the Western way of life actually offers, and they reject it. Yeah, this partying, promiscuity, clubbing, drugs, alcohol. They do that, and then they realize, hold on, this is something that they're selling, which is not really, it's rotten in its core. And sometimes in the Muslim world, because they don't experience this, and all they see is the glitz and the glamour and the Hollywood and all that type of thing, and think everybody's living a fantastic lifestyle, with this sex, drugs, and rock and roll type lifestyle, that they think, they want it because they've never really experienced it. Whereas Muslims growing up in the West see this, whether that directly experiencing it or because they see people who are directly engaging in this issue. And so, they reject it based upon conviction on that basis. Yeah, but that doesn't mean there aren't difficulties with the Muslim community here. There are people who cause issues, but at the same time, there are very strong Muslim communities as well.
Because here in Morocco, for example, I think if we compare in the 19s, there is a big difference between the 19s and now. Now we can do a lot of things in Morocco. For example, we can be drunk in public, and it wasn't allowed in the 19s. So I think there is a lot of things. We are going in a path where we are becoming like the Europeans, the Christians. So is this a serious matter, or are we really going to be like them? Are the majority of the Muslims will go that way, or something will happen?
So I don't think so. So bottom line, I think the news is good. I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because the number of people accepting Islam are so diverse, are from so many different countries and so many different places now, that the message of Islam in its purity will always be there. So if we are worried, will Islam vanish? Then no, never. Will individuals be impacted? Sure, I'm sure that will happen. And individuals will lose their way. And that is down between them and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we pray that it doesn't happen in the way that you're articulating, certainly not at those levels. But will some people, look, at the end of the day, there's many, many variables. And the first one is you've got to look at the colonial history that many of these countries had, and the incessant pressure even these governments placed on their colonial former colonies that they ruled. And even to this day, there are many agreements still in place where some of those relationships are still leveraged to gain certain benefits in either in terms of resources or access to government or access to other things that will ensure a certain policy is enacted so other benefits are received, and some of that is just unavoidable because of the history that this particular country or region has. I think maintaining Islam in its purity is the job, first of all, of the parents, and then the children, and then the ulama and the scholars that are in those countries. I think that's what we need to focus on. But remember, this secular liberal pressure, let me just finish with this and then you can come in. The secular liberal pressure has a marketing engine that is unlike any other engine ever created. All of media, everything you consume, everything we wear, down to the very things that you think you've chosen. You know, there are individuals who think, oh, I wear this t-shirt because I chose it. No, you didn't. Somebody somewhere made an advert that made you think you want to wear that t-shirt with that logo, in that color, in that style. Why is it that even though the shirt is perfectly brand new, you want to buy a new one 2 months later? So this impact that we have of sort of capitalism and consumerism is something that is in the air now. It's everywhere. And that is as much part of the impact on the secularization as the most sort of the blatant version, which is the, the glitz and glamour that Brother Sharif was talking about. So I think, it's a very complex topic. And I think as the world becomes a village, which is we become closer and closer connected, there was a time when, a trend would happen, say in Europe, and it would take 1 or 2 years or maybe even a decade before that trend arrived in one of our Muslim countries. Now the trend happens in London, and within an hour you've got it on Instagram, or within a second you've got it on some social media, and there's kids following it immediately. So I think that's part of the issue. It's the internet, it's the media, it's the connectivity, it's the fact that people are more globally aware now. All of that is just accelerating a trend, a force that was already in place. So I don't think it's bad news. I just think we need to be aware of it, which is the point of the stream, which is the more we are aware of the problem, the more we can address it, rather than accept it as it's just the way it is. That's all we can do, is we can build awareness, and then the rest is down to individuals to do what they can do in their local communities. Well, it starts with their family. Sorry, it starts with your family first, and then from your family, your immediate circle, and then what you can do in the community. And that's all we can do.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. We need to make people, we need to give them the message. We need to tell them this is what we have to do, and you have the choice, because God gave us that choice, something that the angels don't have. So we have that free choice, and we need to make to give people that message. You have, this is what is right, this is what is wrong, and you do what you want to do. And lastly, I just want to thank you guys for preaching the dawah, and good night to you all. It's late now, so have a good night.
Alhamdulillah. It is. Jazakallah. Okay, that well, Brother Hashim, thank you for joining. Yeah.
Sorry, I had to wake at the room where my son normally sleeps, so I'm in another room now.
No, that's fine. Alhamdulillah. Yes. So, Brother Sharif, we've I think come to the end of the session today. It's been interesting. How would you summarize what we discussed today?
What's that?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Sorry, 11 o'clock is that was the time.
You can never stick to the plan when you're on live stream.
Oh, man. Anyway, alhamdulillah, it's been good.
Okay, so It was a good alhamdulillah. So how would you summarize what we had today very quickly? Just what's your takeaways, key takeaways from today's session?
I really don't want to summarize. It's too long.
Well, look, okay, main points. I mean, main points.
I think liberalism is an ideology. It's built upon a belief system. If you want to assess whether liberalism is correct or not, look at its belief system. Look at the manifestation of what it provides for human beings. And you know, it's not something that is coherent. It's not something that's grounded. And we can see the manifestations within the Western world. Yes, they have technology, but even that, they're losing the race with other countries. And you know, the resources and the wealth that they got was acquired through violence, you know, through oppression and occupation and bombings, etc., through the colonial period. So yeah, so liberalism is this, you know, big subject, but you know, it's something we need to be very, very much aware of, really aware of, because it is so pervasive in all aspects of our life and our culture. And it can even affect the way we perceive our Islam, you know, a secularized form of Islam. Islam is only for prayer and fasting, and that's it. So it's very important to be aware of this topic area. And, you know, alhamdulillah, jazakallah khair for having the stream on. It's good.
Alhamdulillah, jazakallah khairan for that summary. What I would add, just the last thing, is that doubts. If you, I mean, like the brother just said just before we close there, where one of his friends had used secularism or this is it's essentially an excuse. And I think ultimately, you know, the questions we typically ask is, well, how many parties do you want to go to? And because at the end of the day, if you're forgetting Allah in pursuit of this fun, then you got to weigh up, you know, if you think that's a value worth exchanging, then weigh up one value against the other. Because really do your homework before you do this. Don't just do it on a whim, because that's what I see happening. That's what we see happening on these streams, is people turn up and say, well, I just felt like it. You know, losing your akhirah is not a feeling. You know, it's something you have to really address seriously. So anyway, let me leave that there. Brother Hashim, any last words from your side?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Another
and please close out the session. Yeah.
So yeah, mashallah. Interesting stream. Got to learn a lot, as always, mashallah, from Brother Sharif, who is a real asset to all of us in the Dawah field, mashallah. Please do subscribe to his channel, which is 𝗺@𝗵𝗁𝗂𝗊𝗺 podcast. Inshallah, I don't know if Brother Mohammed put the links, but we'll put the links later on. And do consider subscribing to Brother Ijaz's channel as well, Calling Christians. So alhamdulillah, yeah, as always, we learn a lot from these brothers, mashallah, who work quite hard in doing the research, in finding out a lot of things which normally we wouldn't come across in terms of philosophy, in terms of even the knowledge from the Quran, the knowledge that we can use from the Bible as well, how we can counter our enemies, and how we can increase the understanding that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only God worthy of worship, and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his sunnah is something which we have as Muslims, which is something which we all should adopt, because this is the reality. This is what leads us to success. So obedience to Allah and the Rasul is paramount for us, as always, alhamdulillah. And I would also like to thank all the moderators and all the viewers as well, brothers and sisters, both Muslims and non-Muslims, for contributing to the live chats. Some quite interesting topics there as well. I think which is a debate in itself is sometimes. So alhamdulillah for that as well. And thank you very much for your participation, which is something without which many of these live streams would not be successful. Also, keep us in your du'as. Inshallah, Ramadan is not very far. So please do subscribe, do share these streams. If you find them beneficial, do like them as well. And those people who can actually help us with the cost of the channel, you know, we have got a lot of a lot of people who are working in the back and who actually work for other channels, which are DawahWise, like the DawahWise Arabic and the DawahWise Nusantara. So they do the subtitles, and that costs quite a lot. So please do contribute as much as you can. Your generosity is welcome. Alhamdulillah, and Allah will reward you abundantly in dunya and also in akhirah. And yeah, with that, Jazakallah khair. I'll pass it on to Brother Mohammad, inshallah, to say the final words.
Yeah, so no final words. I think, Brother Hashim,
No
you can
final
close
words.
out.
Okay,
Please.
let's say the dua.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi